What's up, Runic? How you doing, buddy? Hey, Runic, do me a favor. Let me know. So I have, I'm testing out new mics. Um, Let me know if they're actually connected. All right. I'm gonna step outside and say something. Did you hear me while I was outside, or no? Did not hear anything. Fucking. All right. I wonder if there's a setting. No, that's just media output. Oh well. Fuck it. No, I guess it is what it is. I'll figure it out later. But in the meantime, I might as well change out, put my fucking earbuds in since this shit doesn't work anyway.
Playing from tablet MF9H85.
Let's turn the fucking sound off. Alright. Okay. Well, got my earbuds in, so at least I can dull the noise of the tools. How's everyone doing today? Hi, Christina. How you doing? So today, I want to start getting wood milled up for a box and a flag case. So that's going to be my agenda for this morning, and it's probably going to be a fairly early day, like looking at like 2 or 3 o'clock. There's no need to keep you guys here for till fucking 8 o'clock for stupid little projects. Well, that's not cherry, that's black walnut. Why is that up there? Alright. So. Give me just 1 second. Over here just grabbing a piece of wood. Oh. I don't know if this is going to be big enough for what I have planned, but what's up, CNG? How you doing, buddy? Thanks for popping in, man. I appreciate it. Let's see. Check my dimensions. What do I need? I need 18 and a quarter times 2 and 24. The fuck kind of measurement? $24 and a half. Really? That's a little excessive. 23. No, 24. What the fuck? Really? very large flag case. So, Sanjay, right now we're just going to make a flag case, memorial flag case. Alright, I'm going to at least get the wood chopped down. Hey, old Path, how you doing, bud? Hey, bud, OG, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it, guys. Alright, so I have plans for a flag case. 4 inches wide. I have plans for a flag case so that I don't mess it up. Which anybody can follow along. You get them from Wood Magazine. They're free plan. They are for full-size flags, not the 3x5 flags. They're for the, what are they, 5x9? 5x9 flags. Five by 9.5. I.e., the flag that would be on a service member's coffin. Thanks, bud. I appreciate that, man. Three and a half wide. Yeah, I've got plenty here for that. We're going to do something different. So typically a memorial flag case will be made out of cherry, and I had a piece of figured cherry here, and I either used it or it got mixed in with other wood, and I don't know where it is without tearing it all apart and reorganizing it. So typically your memorial flag case will be made out of cherry. We're going to make one out of black walnut. We got some pretty black walnut here. And, I think it'll be cool. So what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to, I already cut that right there. This is actually a piece off of the black walnut I used on Alan's bassinet. So I need to cut this down into we're going to go with 4-inch. We'll go with 4-inch strips. Cherry is good wood. Yep, cherry's my favorite wood. I think it looks gorgeous. And it's easy to work with. But I think this will also make a very nice flag case. Now this will be the sides, right? The top two angled sides. The bottom is going to be straight grain black walnut. I think it'll make a very nice case. I don't know. You know what? Let me look this up real quick. just wanted to make sure that I wasn't breaking. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't breaking some sort of flag code or something by using black walnut. Turns out it's a popular choice. I had no idea. So I need to rip this down into 4-inch wide strips. We got to run it through the planer so that I can make sure it's nice and smooth, pretty. I also need to cut this piece. There's a lot of splits on there. Hopefully that one has enough. Yeah. Okay, 24, a little over 24 and a half. Break out the chop saw. Maybe I'll run this one. There. And then we'll run that through the planer. That's inch thick, 4/4. We'll run it through the planer and get it down to about 3/4 of an inch. Hi, Mrs. S. What's up, Benjamin? How you doing, buddy? But before we do that, we're going to cut our strips. This piece, I'll get you guys turned around so you can see what I'm doing. I'm doing good, Mrs. S. How are you? I don't know why I unrolled all that. Alright. So, I need 4-inch strips. I really do gotta clean these blades, or this blade. Alright, let us get this cut. Alright, I'm gonna make some noise here. If you got headphones in, it's your warning. Excuse me. I did see that about Randy. It's unfortunate. Sorry to hear about that. When somebody has a proper donation link, somebody shoot me an email and let me know. Okay. So, I have to get the chop saw. I gotta chop down this chunk. So what we're going to end up doing is once somebody has a proper... Hey William, how you doing, buddy? Once somebody has a proper donation link, we will probably do a fundraising stream. And then whatever gets donated on that stream, we'll donate to whatever that GoFundMe or whatever it turns out to be. Send Randy's wife a check, something. Okay, so, alright, I need to chop this here chunk of wood down. I want to be clear here that when I refer to things like GoFundMe links and stuff like that, if it isn't set up by the person that it is going to, odds are I will not donate to it. Now, the reasoning for that is there are a lot of greedy and opportunistic motherfuckers out there, and they will take something and see it as a way to make money from it. You know, oh, we're raising this money for so and so. We're totally gonna give it to them once the fundraising is over. And then nobody knows. Nobody asks any questions. They just go, oh yeah, I donated to so-and-so through this person set up a GoFundMe. So, unless it's set up by the person that it's going to, it's not a valid link for me. It's not a valid donation link. Now, that is nothing against people. I know there are good people that do that. But there are way more greedy, opportunistic motherfuckers out there that do that. So, it is much simpler to just go, nah, we ain't doing none of that. I will write a check and mail it. As opposed to or get their Cash App or something. Bearded's gonna do a GoFundMe. I'll say again, I very rarely will do anything with a GoFundMe that's not set up by the person that it's going to. It is, I mean, not that I think, you know, Bearded would be one of those people, but it's much easier to have a blanket no donation policy than it is for me to go, "Ah, I'll donate to Bearded Vikings GoFundMe." But William sets up a GoFundMe. No, sorry, I'm not going to donate to you. Because I have this policy. Right? Then it makes people feel bad. But there are ways to get funding to people who require the funding. Alright, I'm going to make some more noise. I need to cut this board down to width. So give me just a moment. Probably. It's set up for you. It's for you, by you. Those are the ones that I will donate to. Set up for somebody else, by somebody else. I very, very, very rarely will donate to that. Alright, making some noise. I gotta cut this to width. I gotta make 2 cuts on it. I gotta get it rough cut down to width, and then I gotta clean up this other edge. So, bear with me. Which side do I want to? I like this side. You know what? I should probably run that through the planer first, because this side is not flat. So when I make it wider, it's going to set at an angle. I just end up buying more fishing stuff, right? That's probably going to be smart. Hey, Wagon Shack, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for popping in, man. I appreciate it. I don't need to go fund me. I was using you as an example. Just because your name was up there. And everybody in here kind of knows that we are, I don't know, YouTube familiar, I guess. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to send this one through the planer first. We're going to flatten that side out. And then we'll cut it down to width. There's no need to do things half-assed and just for the sake of doing things. There's a spot around here somewhere that doesn't fucking wiggle. Apparently. I'm not going to find it today. Stinkos was getting better and better. Hell yeah. Spent $200 at Woodcraft yesterday. That's a place that's you can easily spend money. Alright. We'll go this way so you guys can see the shit shooting out of the side, I guess. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna make even a loud noise. I'm gonna have to do it for a little while to flatten this out and get it down to close to the proper thickness. I know it's really boring. Hang out with me for a minute. All right. Is that walnut? Yes, sir, it is. Black walnut. That is a good tip, Ben. That is a good tip. Also, if you pick up slightly on the ends, so if you've got a table like this, angling them up a little bit instead of perfectly flat helps on both sides. Picking up on the piece a little bit as it's coming out or going in helps to avoid snipe. You could build a melamine insert in there, but I've had mixed results with that. It doesn't really seem to be worth it. Also, no snipe. No snipe. You learn little silly tips and tricks as you're going. But yes, if the melamine, like if you build like an insert here, right, out of a piece of melamine or whatever, and it's not sitting, it's not dead flat, and it's not on the table the entire way, it's gonna flex, which is gonna skew your results. But, yeah. No snipe here. So if you squeeze them together, like let's say I had snipe on this piece and this piece. So if I were to put them together, you should see twice as much because it'd be added up. Now my boards they're not exactly flat, so let me move that back. For some reason that one's a nudge too long. So I'm not squeezing much, the boards aren't flat. And I wouldn't be able to squeeze snipe out anyway with my hand. So, no snipe. We're all good. Also, what you can do is you can just not care about snipe at all. Right? Like this machine will give me snipe on about that much, which is, I don't know, 2.5, 3 inches. So if you just oversize your part by 6 inches, 3 on each end, you're going to be cutting that off anyway. That's a lot of waste, right? If you're going through a larger project, that adds up to quite a bit of waste. But I find it easier to do that on longer boards than to just worry about trying to get it perfect on one that's cut to size. You know, like if I've got, something like this is fine, but if I got a piece of wood that's 6 feet long and I'm sending it through the planer, having to manipulate it to try to avoid the snipe is a bit of a pain in the ass. So it's easier to just make it 6.5 foot long and send it through and cut off both ends. Yeah, the same planer. Oh yeah, it's a very good planer. It has some competition now. It does have some competition in the market now, so that's good. Both good for woodworkers and good for companies. Competition is always good. Alright, so now I need to cut this piece down to a little over 4 inches wide. And then we're going to drop it down to 4 inches. I'm going to clean off the other side. So bear with me while I make some make some noise. I guess I gotta plug this thing in. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. So there's the three main pieces of our flag case. Hey KK, are you going to Uranus? I got sawdust all over the screen. It bugs me, so I don't know how much of it you guys can see. There we go. How's that? Turn off the sound deadening. We've already been in Uranus. Me too. Me too. One of my favorite places to be. Alright. Now, we're going to make some cuts. We're going to make a flag case. A memorial flag display. Or we're at least going to get the parts cut and possibly get it glued up today. But I will still have to make the lid and felt line it because I want it felt line. And the lid, the only reason I'm not making a lid now is because I don't have a triangular piece of glass made yet. And the only glass I have here, excuse me, is tempered. Doesn't cut very well. You know, I should really stop wearing black shirts out into the shop. They just turn brown from all the wood dust. Alright, so I need to make some 45-degree and 22.5-degree miters. And then we're going to cut some splines, and we're going to do some splines with these pieces right here. If I'm not mistaken, alright, that's just a little bit wider than my table saw blade. It actually looks like 2 table saw blade widths, which is fine. We'll make nice little miters for it. So it'll be mitered and glued, and it'll be mitered with black walnut. So even with the lid off, or looking at the back side, you won't see the miters as much. They'll kind of blend in. At least I'm hoping so. So, I need to get the chop saw back out. I'm not going to keep you guys here for too late tonight. We'll probably be calling it a day here around 2 or 3 o'clock my time. Because why not? We all got shit to do, right? I got beer to drink. I got videos to edit. Speaking of videos to edit. Alright. When I'm doing my bassinet video, it's going to be extremely long. Okay? Unless I do editing in there and chop out a whole bunch of bits. Would you guys prefer I edit out portions of it that don't really have an impact on the overall project? Or would you prefer I leave them in there and just make it a really long video? Because that's a long ass video. Made even longer by having to watch it so that I can cut out all of this shit, right? Because this doesn't have anything to do with the project. Cut out all the nonsense, make it shorter. I'm gonna see how short I can get it to go. Like we all know, there was a ton of sanding. We don't have to have 7 hours of sanding in the video, right? We all understand how sanding works. Speed frame through the boring part. So yeah, that's possible, Jack. Yeah. That's also possible. Also, there will not be a voiceover for this long ass video because I can't talk that much. When I try. I'm sure I could talk that much if I had a few drinks and fucking kicked back and just started blabbing, but in general, like trying to talk that much, I struggle trying to come up with a 5-minute commentary. Alright, we'll do that. I will do one. I'll cut out a lot of the unnecessary stuff. And I will speed through. I'll fast forward through a lot of the other stuff. I'd like to have as much of the actual build in this video as possible. Now, do I expect it to ever be watched? Absolutely not. But it's a nice build diary or build log kind of thing. Just instead of watching 15 different live streams, you get one, 8-hour movie. Hey, KK. Yep, it's Sunday, so 5 o'clock doesn't apply. What's up, Francois? How you doing today, Francois? You doing all right? why I just did that when I have this digital gauge right here. But looks pretty good with that angle gauge on there. Okay. Let's make some 45-degree cuts, shall we? What's up, Rebecca? You're doing pretty good? Hell yeah. Do I have AC in the shop? Nope, not yet. That's why I gotta drink cold beverages. It also keeps my blood pressure down. All I have in the shop is a couple of fans, and then this one when I stick a filter on, which works surprisingly well. I don't know how to get you guys a good view of what I'm doing here. Maybe this. Now you can watch me fuck up in 1080p. It's whatever the hell this records at. All right. That's much more gooder. Yeah. Nice. Nice little angle. Alright. Now, I have to come over 24, 13, 30 seconds. Who the fuck made up these damn measurements? But we're going to come over... Nope. We're not going to do that one yet. We're going to finish that one off when we have the final size of our side pieces. Let's see, which side looks better? See if we can find the side that matches. So that side. I feel like this went this way. There we go. Alright, so let's see, which side do we want to be the outside? Which side's the most prettiest? I like that side. What's That's not bad. That'll look good with some hard wax oil on it. We're going to go with this side. Careful doing that. When you cut this piece off, it lays on the blade. So pay attention. You don't want to end up eating that piece, right? Look at that. So now, the astute among you will notice that I made this piece thicker than these side pieces. This is the base, all right? These are the sides. All right, so I used I don't know, I lost how I did this. I want to at least have the same damn side facing out. What the fuck? There we go. There. Let's throw a mark on that so I don't lose it. Now, I could cut this way and do my 45 going down. I find it easier to see what I'm doing this way. I just stand well clear, right? So in case that this thing catches on a tooth and launches, odds are it's going to go this way, off that direction, and not this way. All right, at least every time it's happened to me. Now we find out if I'm straight. I'm a little off kilter, but not enough for me to really care. Excuse me. It's just a tiny amount, not straight, right? It's got a little bit of an angle to it, but not enough for me to really care about. Like this is stuff that'll get figured out in the assembly. We're well within the margin of error here. I like it. Now, I need to measure down and cut them to length. chat, see what's going on in here. Hey, Ray and Sandy, how you doing, bud? What's up, George? How you doing, guys? Thanks for coming in. I greatly appreciate it. We're just making sawdust for the sake of making sawdust here. All right. All right. So I need to have tip to tip measurements here, and those will be 18 and a quarter. All right. So that means I need this side to be 18 and a quarter. This side is going to be slightly shorter, right? Because we've got the bevel on both sides. Now these are going to be two 45-degree cuts because it's going to sit on this, right? And then the base, which is back here, is going to come up inside and have it be all flat. So there'll be no end grain on the bottom, no... Oh, I cut this wrong. Oh, I need 22.5 degrees. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Right? I need 22.5 because 245s make a 90. Okay. All right. So we'll just call that the bottom then and be done with it. That'll be the part that sits down here on the ground. So it'll sit like so, right? So we need to cut this angle, which is 45 degrees divided by 2. Okay, so that's 22.5. Let's lock that down there. Let's get my handy dandy little gauge. Set this to 22.5 degrees. Lock that. Let's see, what's 45, 67.5? $67.5 degrees. So because I'm measuring this angle, not this angle, I'm measuring the open side. So it's 45 plus 22.5. Should give me my 22.5 degrees if I'm feeding the wood in this way. Alright. Now, well, it'll give me my 22.5 degrees anyway. No. Yeah, it's got to go this way. Double up. Size did I say that had to be? 18 and a quarter. So we're going to make it slightly heavy. We'll use our yellow crayon. So with mine, I have a laser that comes down. We're going to sneak up on this fit. So I marked the side. I don't know if you can see it there, that little yellow crayon. I marked the side Yeah. That way, if my laser is shining down this way, I can see where the laser lines up. So I can just sneak up on that mark. Alright, let me see here. If I cut my angle this way, this will flip up. Yep, angles facing both sides. Or angles on the same side. Hey Kizzy, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. This is way wrong. Why is it way wrong? What did I do? It should be. How did I fuck this up? That's. I am right at 22 and a half. Is it 22 and a half? Am I stupid? No. I'm sorry. Holy shit. I am retarded. I need 45-degree bevels. Good thing I made that not fucking far. I do need 45-degree bevels because it equals a 90. Man, I'm fucking stupid today. Good lord. Alright, let's try this again. Hopefully I have enough. I need to be there. Good gravy. Alright, let's see what my length is. Let's do the other. Yeah, I apologize, guys. I'm stupid. So our top of our flag thing is the 22 and a half would have came in on the bottom if I was doing this, but we're not. We're doing this. So we're all 45-degree angles on this. That's where I screwed up. But it's alright. We fixed it. We got her good. We're good now. Everybody's still happy. sometimes make a stupid mistake. Those are the same length. Oh, I need to make my second one just a nudge shorter. Referential measurements come in very handy here. Right? So we can make them both exactly the same. Okay. It sits this way. So this top angle is a 9. Bottom would have been 22.5 instead of the 45 because of the way we're going. Alright, make sure my boards are the same length here. Need to shave off a little bit more. Make sure that side looks good. Right. Okay. Sorry guys, I'm just over here using my table saw as a flat surface. Okay. So, now we can set this up, measure our distance in between. So that we can cut this piece. Make sure I have these facing the same way. Okay. Alright, so here's what I'm doing over here. I got it set up there. Put it up against. Hey, Makers Murphy, how you doing? Who's this box for? This one's for Michael. Yeah, it is really hard to get this thing perfect. So if we were going to have a point at this end, these two would be cut at 22.5. But since we're insetting this, to have the whole thing be flat, we're going to put. I think he's going to hang it on the wall, so we don't have to put little feet on it or anything. So what we're going to do is we're going to get a referential measurement. I'm going to line this side up. I'm going to mark this side, and then we're going to work our way in till this thing fits perfectly. All right. So marking this, it's going to be too big. It won't fit in. It'll be fit for this size. And it's actually on the wrong side. I need to mark it on this side. Alright. We're going to cut that. What's up, New Beginnings? How you doing, buddy? But yeah, it is really hard to calibrate this thing. A digital gauge works wonders. Getting it straight this way is a fucking treat. So I generally will go with close enough. Like right now, I think we're half a degree out, which is fine. We can account for that in the assembly process. So let me set this up over here, and you guys will see what I was talking about when I said when I first cut it, it's too big. So see how we got the right size if we were going to be underneath here, but we're not going to be underneath there. So now all I'm going to do is I'm just going to whittle this away until it fits in perfectly. So I'll take little bites and go in. I find you can get a much better fit if you just kind of nip away at it. Work things down till they fit. Halfway there. So we're gonna knock off another piece. And then I'm going to build a shadow keepsake box. I don't know if that will be today or not. So I'm just taking a cut, test fitting it, taking a cut, test fitting it. Now, if I take any bigger pieces off, you'll notice that I always go after it the second time and just take a really thin piece. Because when you take the bigger bites, your blade can do this, right? It can wobble. So then if you take a really thin cut, you get a nice smooth cut with no like marks where the blade dug in. Actually, want to see. No, that made life worse. Okay. So I adjusted this because I wanted to see if I could use this as a straight edge, and I can't. I definitely can't use that to tell me where my blade's at. If I line this up so it's square to the edge, it cuts at a much steeper angle. If I wanted to make it more square, I'd have to skew it even more. But we're already really close, so I'm gonna not play with it. In fact, I'm gonna take some off of this other end here. So very close. Okay, a little bit more. A little bit more. Almost. Almost. Oh, so very close. I think we may have it. I think we got it. I think we got it. 2 inches short, right? Looks like walnut. Yes, sir, it is, makers. Yes, sir, it is. I was going to use cherry, but I couldn't find the piece that I had in mind to use for this, so we're going to go with some pretty... You can see my blades are on my planer are due for replacement. See these vertical lines here? They go up there. That's because I hit something, nicked my blades. Now with my planer, with that planer, you can shift the blades left and right just a little bit, which will then misalign those kind of notches, whatever you want to call it. It'll misalign those, so they'll clean up better. Yeah, you could flip them. The other side of that set is dull as hell, but because I haven't sharpened, or I haven't had that set sharpened yet. I do have a jig that I made that you put the blade in, and then you can just flatten it. Not flatten it, but it sits at the right angle so that, if that's the blade, right? If that's the angle of the blade, it sits flat in the jig. So all you have to do is go, flat across it. But I think we got her here. So now what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to make splines. Some spline cuts. So we're done with the chop saw for now. We're going to have to make some spline cuts. I'm going to have to cut a groove for the backer board that's going to go in it. I have to find my... Let me clean up my tools here real quick. These are the pieces that we're going to use as splines. These are actually cut-offs from the bassinet. We're going to use these as splines. So that way, we don't have to hide them. The splines are going to be... They're going to stick right out. Now, the front will be covered with a door, but in the back side, you'll have the spline sticking right out there. So it'll be end grain, so it'll be a little darker when I get the finish on, but it'll look better. There we go. Awesome. Awesome. All right. Let me get some of my junk cleaned up here real quick. And show you guys how I'm going to run the splines. We're going to use the table saw for it. We're going to put the blade at a 45-degree angle. We're going to put a sacrificial fence on the table saw fence. We're going to make 2 passes on each one. But we're done with the chop saw. I feel like the power blinked. You guys see that, or was it just me? That Dustin, you sneeze? Shake some of that dust off of there. Oh, I got dust in my eyeballs. Put them in the scrap bin. I'm gonna just sweep some of this over. At least I have all the dust off in the one side. Alright. There we go. One slightly less messy floor. Alright. Okay, bring you guys over here. Hey Emily, right now we're making a memorial flag case out of black walnut. Then we're going to make a block of, or a box, like a memory box. No, I don't have AC in the shop right now. No, it's Also, hi Kimberly, how you doing? It's a little warm in here, but it's all right. It's very humid outside, so as long as the humidity stays out there and not in here, I'm happy. All right, so what we need to do is we need to clamp a sacrificial fence to my board here, or my fence here, so that I have something to ride the point against. So for that sacrificial fence, we can just use this here sheet of plywood. We're going to clamp it right to the fence. We're going to cut it down a little bit so I can actually get to the fence. Let's see. Probably 3 inch. That's probably about 3 inch, yeah. 3.5. We'll go 3 1/4. 3 1/4 seems legit. Let's do that. So I got to plug this thing in. Okay, gonna make some noise. That'll be good. It is 3.5. Should have went with my instincts. Alright. We'll grab 2 clamps. This doesn't have to be clamped like ridiculously tight. We just need it to be there and non-moving. Okay. Set our blade to 45 degrees. Before I make the box, I'm going to have to clean this blade. It's got so much pitch on it, it's not even funny. See if the blade needs to be sharpened. got that figured out. Now we need this to be, where is one of my pieces of scrap that I have? One of my offcut pieces. Here. Need this to cut 1/4 of an inch deep into that. Well, we needed to cut a hair over 3/4 or 1/4 of an inch. We need to be able to fit that spline in. And we want it to be pretty well centered, which is why we have the sacrificial blade here, because then if the blade does any wobbling or gets too close to the fence, it's chewing up the wood, not the metal. And that looks like that will be probably really close. Okay, we're going to run with this. I'm going to drop it down just a little bit. That is not going to be deep enough. So I can see a couple of issues here already. A, I'm going to need to move my fence back. I need to be about there. Doesn't have to be that deep. There. Really good. All right. I'm going to grab another 45 cut piece. Oh, I didn't make another 45 cut piece. Not putting my hands that close to the blade. Fuck it, let's send it. Okay. be perfect. Alright, we need to go down just a nudge deeper on that pass. We'll have our splines miter. So there's just a little bit of a gap there. What's up, Brian? How you doing, buddy? So because we're doing 2-pass width for the spline, the second pass has to be a little deeper, because when you move the fence away, you also lessen how deep the cut is going to be. There we go. There's our miter, our splined miter. Now, it's a very loose-fitting miter, right? I have it loose on purpose. If it's too tight, then I'm never going to have any glue in there. But, you know me, we can fix that little bit of lining on the back. The front's going to be covered with a lid, so it doesn't really matter. But there is one. Now we have to make 2 more. Now, these other 2 are going to be different. They're not going edge to edge. They're going edge to center of the board. Hey, Tommy, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming in, man. I appreciate it. If you guys recall, we sit this way. right? So we can't go a spline there. That spline will have to be in the board at the same angle and in the end here. That one is going to be a bit fun to line up, but we'll get it figured out. What we're going to do is we're going to get them cut in here, and then I'm going to mark them on the other pieces so that I can get it kind of lined up here. But first, that's actually not a half bad spot for it. What's up, Zyro? How you doing? What's your table saw miter thing? Ah, this isn't sketchy crap. This is just normal crap. Come on, Ryan. You know better. We don't do sketchy crap around here. So we're gonna pin that together. Take that, get it situated in place. Gotta take my yellow wax crayon here. So, once I get one of these set up, they should both be exactly the same. Oh, guys aren't even looking at me. Where's my miter thing? Down here. I haven't gotten the Harbor Freight one yet. The one I want. So. Yes. Let's try this. Oh, no, this doesn't have to be at a 45. This got to be straight up and down. Son of a bitch. My dumbass. Hang on. Hang on. There we go. Alright, now let's try that. Now I got that one angle fucking cut in there looking all stupid, but it's alright. We will fix it. Okay, perfect. That'll line up nicely. Let's do the cut on this one. Far over we've got to go. So I got to move it. I got to move the fence away from the blade. don't know if these are deep enough. We're gonna find out. Let's see if I fuck this up together. With the Bauer workstation? I haven't seen the Bauer workstation. Let's put flat side down. Flat side down. Flat side down. Yeah. Oh. That was really fucking tight. That little cut-off piece must be just a little thicker. There we go. That needs to be a little deep. Oh, broke the spline. Needs to be a little deeper. I think this one is fine. This one is fine. This one has to be a little deeper. So, let's take a deeper. Made it a little wider. Actually, I made it a little too wide now. Yeah, I made it too fucking wide now. Now I'm gonna have to cut another piece to go in there, but that's fine. It's like a half of a blade width too wide. But at least everything will fit together. Sure that's the right depth now. Oh, still needs to be a little bit deeper. Alright, that's fine. This one's fine. Alright, that one needs to be sanded a little bit. Thin now. Okay. I'm gonna have to thin this one out a little bit. This one? We'll do this. There. I'll make that one wider. Get that junk in there. I think we'll be okay. Oh, if I can get this down here. There we go. Here we go. There's the start. Oh, shit, you guys aren't even looking at me. Here we go. There's the start of that. All right, William, have a good one, buddy. There's the start. Now what I got to do is I have to pick a front and a back. I got to run a groove just under a 1/4 inch for a back panel, and then we can glue this whole thing together. Get the strap, the strap clamp around it. get the strap clamp around it. That way it pulls everything in evenly. And then we'll do filling. You know what? I'm probably going to use just either some black or brown CA glue in the little pieces that I have that end up being open after the glue up. But yeah. Thanks, Shoop. I appreciate that, buddy. If there's any really big gaps, we'll do a black walnut wedge. It'll be fine. But I need to run a groove, and I think I need to have the groove about 1/4 of an inch in, and it needs to be about 1/4 of an inch deep. Oh, let me see. How thick is it? Where's my tape measure? How thick is this base material that I'm going to be using for the bottom? One and a half saw blades. That'll be alright. Okay, get this thing popped apart. Now, you shouldn't, so the only place you're going to see the groove is going to be down here. We'll plug it. It's not a big deal. It's on the bottom. You won't see a groove on the top, and you won't see a groove on the side. You will see the groove on the bottom. But we're going to plug it. So, what kind of groove? Oh, you know, the fancy kind. And I actually rather like the way that sits now. So we are going to cut the groove on that side, that side, that side. Back to it. Okay, that is not quite thick enough. So I've got to nudge it over a little more. Perfect. Alright, now we've got to cut a corner. Off of our piece of, we're just going to use a piece of Luan on the back. Yeah, it's going to have a glass top. We're going to make a lid for it later. Not today. We're going to get this glued up and then call it a day. But I want to have the base in it. The inside is going to be lined in black felt or black velvet. Because, well, fucking reasons. What's up, Mike? How you doing, buddy? Did I miss Colby coming in? Sorry, bud. I don't remember if I said hi to you or not. I hope everyone's doing okay today. Alright. I need to cut a corner. About wore out, but I ain't dead. Yep. Yep. Alright. So, I need a piece of this Luan. That's what we're using for the back. I know, it's Luan. It's garbage. Blah, 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 blah. If you don't like it, then fucking use something else. It's quite literally just a back pin. So, what we're going to do is we're just going to cut a corner off here. Set this stuff up on here. I mean, logically, I should be able to go a quarter of an inch bigger than that. We're going to give it a little bit of room for movement, but it's essentially cheap plywood, so it's not really going to move. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to draw a line across that, and then I'm going to go a quarter of an inch, a little shy of a quarter of an inch bigger, and we'll kind of whittle it down as needed. There's the corner. Now, I'm assuming that this is square because this is the factory, to the factory edges. I'm assuming it's square, okay? Oh no, Kizzy. Oh no. That is super unfortunate. Hi, Brian. How you doing, buddy? Love the last name. So, I want to go a little bigger than that line, because if I don't, and I have a quarter-inch deep slot, right? If I go right on this line, this can drop down in a quarter of an inch, which means all of this is no longer inside the frame. It's just free-floating, just flopping around. It'd be like, so if this is the groove that it sits in, and this is the board, if it drops down a quarter of an inch, it just does this, and then that's no good. Then we got to figure out how to lock it part way up. So we're going to go a little bigger, and then we'll just whittle it down as we need to. What I'm going to do is going to draw another line. This. That's the yellow pencil. Don't need that. There's a line that I'm going to cut. And we'll probably just use a handheld circular saw because it's so fucking easy. And it doesn't have to be a beautiful cut. It doesn't have to be great at all. So we can do it with this thing. Normally I would run a strip of tape across here to stop it from splintering, but it's getting covered, so we don't need to build it up. As you can see, I don't use this thing a whole lot. Well, I would like a flatter space to use it. So we're going to do it back here. We're going to move the sled on, move the table saw stuff around. Drop that blade down so I can cut it over here. I think this will work out better. Find my saw. Here it is. Make sure I'm not going to cut into the table. Like I said, I'm just doing a rough cut, so it doesn't have to be perfect. It's just got to be here. I can get rid of this thing. Put this back over here where the rest of the sheet stuff is. Hang my 2A flag bag up. There we go. Alright. Now, for shits and giggles, let's see if this actually fits as is. Don't think it will, but you never know. It might. Getting a fucking slot? I'm thinking so long. Just want you to get in there and see if you fit. God damn it. Yeah. Jesus. No. It needs to be needs to be shortened just a little bit on that bottom side. Here's where we cheat like a motherfucker. I just need to take a little bit off. Now I probably took too much off. Right. I'm going to use this camera to see if I have any. I don't see it sticking out anywhere. Oh, now I'm moving again. I'm going to ignore that miscut. But here we go. So, I think just for... What's up, Phil? How you doing, buddy? If you were a battery, you'd explode too. Yeah. Yeah, me too. Me too. I think just for the sake of my sanity, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little piece or a couple of little splinters in here so that that can rest on it. Nothing crazy, just little tiny fucking bits to stick in there so it's held up. And because I don't like the way that looks, we're gonna do the black felt, even though that's the back, right? We're gonna do black felt on the back as well. After the glue is all dried, we'll cut it to fit inside the triangle. Because nobody wants to look at that. That's horrible. Even though it's the back, you got to look at good, or you got to have it look good. Porter cable jointer. Yep, that's what she is. A little 6-inch Porter cable. I mean, it does the job. It's not the best jointer in the world, but I'm gonna go out on a limb and say 99% of that benchtop style is all made by the same factory, because they all look the same, except for they paint them different colors. So if you got variable speed, it's the same damn thing. Pick whichever one you want. This one is straight blades, right? So they go straight. That's not a helical cutter head. So keep that in mind. If you're looking for a helical, you're not going to find it on that style. I believe once you get to the 8-inch, I believe that there is some options for helicals. But it does the job. It does what I need it to do. And it does it rather well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just cut little pieces of hardboard to put in there so that it gives me a little bit of a spacer. The Grizzly planer jointer combo. Oh, that looks like a really nice setup. Hey, Jack. So all I did was took this like random backer from something, folded it in half, cut a piece off. That's gonna give me my little spacer in here, just so that I have a little bit of assurance that I'm not royally fucking this up. Thank you, Nathan. I appreciate that, bud. So I'm only putting 2 little pieces in. One second. I gotta shoot off a text message, and I don't know if it's gonna like loop the video, but I'll be right back in just a moment. I'm back. I'm back. Anyway, so I took that little piece of cardboard. I put one on each side because, well, that's all I really need. But it gives me, I don't know, however that is, right? There's a little bit of leeway, so I don't have to worry about it dropping down and then trying to shift it into place. And it should hopefully hold it. Now, what I do have to do is I have to look at my corners and make sure that I'm not going to be getting in the way. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut off all of the corners, just nip them all off, because they do extend into my slots where my splines go. So we're going to grab the oscillating tool here. We're just going to nip off the very edge. That should give us plenty of clearance. You shouldn't be able to see any gap. Even if you can, I'll fill it with something. I'm going to put liner in it, so you won't see it anyway. Now, here's the question. Here's the real question. When I get this together, and I go to put the liner in, should I run the liner all the way up the side? Or should I only do the liner on this piece and let the wood be on the inside? What do you guys think? Discuss. Make sure that I'm not in my little slot there. Okay, I think we'll be fine. And let me make sure this one also going to be fine. Yep. And yep. Perfect. Now, normally I would make a lid. I would cut this to make a lid, but I have a different idea for the lid. So I do not normally condone making a lid separate from your box, but we're going to do, just because it makes life more difficult trying to get it to the perfect size. But we're gonna see what happens. I'm thinking about changing the lid color to maple. All right, just a 1 inch square of maple, and putting the glass in that, and holding it on with magnets. That'll be set in here. Right, put like 2 magnets on each side, 2 magnets in each corresponding to the lid. That way the lid will get held on with magnets, and it should be fine. Magnets, and then I'll probably put like a loose fitting dowel, like 3 loose fitting dowels, so that way it kind of locks on there. It's not going to slide off, right? I don't know if that's going to work. If it doesn't work, we'll put hinges on it, and we'll put some sort of a clasp at the top. Just the backer? Okay. All right, that makes sense. We'll do that. We'll just cover up this fucking glue on, and we'll let the rest of it go. Yes, Sarah. Yes. What's up, Ricker? How you doing, buddy? All right, so do my test fit. Make sure all my shit is going to be good. Because once I put the glue on, it makes it really hard to fit anything again. Okay. Now, doing the backer with just the felt will make life more difficult, but it's not that bad. So what you do is you take a piece of like a cereal box, you get your length that you need there, slide that in on each of the 3 sides in this case, and then cover up the wood. You can spray your adhesive, not get it onto the wood, and then you can pull your cardboard out and lay in your in my case it's going to be crushed velvet. So hinge on the bottom, a couple magnets on the top. I think he quit his last. Need someone else to troll? Alright, that's fair. Oh, Mike quit his last. Okay, alright. Yeah, Mike's in here. Or he was. He bebopped around a little bit. Now, ideally, you would do the liner before you put it in. But I don't want to mess with the trying to fold it over, get it all tucked in and underneath the walnut. I'd rather just cut it to fit, right? If that makes sense. And we'll have good adhesion. It's not like things are going to be going in and out of this all the time, messing with everything, peeling it apart. Typically, a flag display case, a memorial flag case, is a once and done thing. Something goes in it, and then it stays there forever. So, let us glue. I need to get my clamp, which is here. This will be a treat to use on these sharp edges, but I think we'll be fine because it does have this like deep slot here. I think it'll be alright. And they are a little bit flexible, so. God bless the USA, hell yeah. USA, USA. Let's get this situated to the right size. And what we're going to do is put those on the bottom. That one's just going to free float. I'm going to put this one on the top. And I'll let this one free float on the bottom. Put this one over here. Let's get this kind of moved over here so it's all I got to do is set my box down in it. That over. I do have to sand the inside here. Have I tried flocking? I have. I'm not a fan of it. Some people are, but I prefer a proper fabric. Hexagon wine displays? Oh, those are nice. I actually have a set of them that I made in the house. Do I still have them? No, I don't. I think somebody bought them from me. They had mirrors in the back of some of them. I didn't do the lay down bottle. I did stand up bottles. Yeah, I think somebody bought those off me. I don't think I ever made any more. I have I have mirrors to make more. All right, I do have to do some sanding, right? We can't just let this not sanded. It's got to be sanded smooth. So we're gonna do some sanding, get that done, and I'm not worried about sanding the outside. I'm only concerned with sanding the inside. All right. Now, to answer your question, Ricker, I do not know who was making them a little while ago. But I do know that it's hot and thirsty, and my koozie is wet. Yeah, there's a lot of people that post on the different chat groups with Daniel's Facebook page, Bearder Viking page. That reminds me, I have to post on my Facebook page because, as far as anybody knows, there's like almost 1,000 people on that page, and I think the last thing I posted was like Happy 4th of July or something. I haven't posted a product or project in, well, since before the bassinet. Might as well post pictures of that, eh? I get a surprising amount of leads from Facebook, which is shocking, but alright, we should be able to just jump right to 220 on here. We're going to try it. We're going to see if 220... Usually when I do a slow cut on the planer with fresh blades, it is a 220 finish. We're going to try and see. Now that's with fresh blades, so give me a moment to sand and No, we're gonna go 180 and then 220. Get out some paper here. Okay, gonna bump up to 220. What's up, Jack? How you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming back. Appreciate you. Yeah, Ricker. Hell yeah, get after it, man. I'm a firm believer in money doesn't come to you. You have to go to it. People don't know you exist. Right? They don't know you exist. I mean, I know it might sound harsh, but They got no idea who you are. They have no idea what you can do. Nobody's going to show up at your door and be like, hey, just out of curiosity, can you make stuff out of wood? I mean, odds of it have 99.9% chance it's not ever going to happen. You ask people that all the time? Do you, Kizzy? Alright, so, here's an example. I've lived in this house for almost 6 years now. My next door neighbors found out that I do wood, wearing this shit, having the sticker on the back of my truck for at least a year and a half, 2 years, something like that. My neighbors just found out that I do woodworking. They live right there. We talk a lot. They had no idea. They just knew I was out here talking to myself a lot. I generally do very much as I can to reduce the amount of noise that I make. So that's probably bites me in the ass. So remember, I posted that community post, right? I wanted to see what kind of information or what kind of how the hell did I word it? Advice that people gave you in reference to your hobby, your business, your side hustle, whatever, right? And harsh or not. And I said that I would share it with you. The advice that I got was there was a couple of pieces. It was when you're first starting out, you're not half as good as you think you are. Okay. Now, here's how that's a valuable piece of advice. All right. I nail together an end table, like for outside, out of 2x4s and nails. And don't sand it. Don't cut the rounded edges off. Don't do anything to it. Just nail it together and go, son of a bitch, I'm feeling pretty proud of myself. I bet I can get $100 for that. No, you're not as good as you think you are at that point. You do have potential. You do have potential. But your first projects are basically free. That was the other part of that was your first couple of months, couple of years, depending on how you work, is basically free. That is the learning curve for whatever you're doing. And that makes a lot of sense, right? Because if this is the very first time that I'm touching, I decide, you know what? I'm going to be a woodworker today. I'm going to go out and I'm going to spend a bunch of money on tools. I'll buy some wood. And I'm going to nail some shit together because people on YouTube do it. It's got to be easy. Right? Or I'm going to go get a bunch of paint. I'm going to be a painter today. I'll tell you right now, I fucking suck at painting. All right? 100%. I'm awful. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I suck. And I can slap some paint on a canvas or whatever, but it is entirely worthless in terms of like selling it. Because I don't do it enough. I don't know what I'm doing. And I'm just kind of, it's all practice at that point. So that is a double-sided piece of advice that I got kind of early on, and I thought initially that was somebody just trying to discourage me. And the more I think about it, the more I realize, you know what, that's true. That you're not an expert at anything the first time you do it, right? You have to learn how to do stuff. So it makes sense. So I went from being mad at that person to being like, you know what? That was actually a valuable piece of advice. And I'm really glad that somebody fucking told me that. Didn't spare my feelings. What's up, Grass? We're making a memorial flag case. Another piece of advice that I was given, which I also thought was very harsh at first, was just because you handmade something doesn't mean that it's made out of gold. Okay? And I initially thought that was just somebody who was then going to come to me and be like, hey, I'd like some stuff, but remember, I told you, just because you make it doesn't mean it's made out of gold, right? Which, I mean, that means, this flag case, right? Let's say you could go to the store and buy this exact same thing for $50, okay? Exact same wood, same level of craftsmanship, everything. So just because you handmade one doesn't mean it's worth $200. Okay. Um, but it does mean that you can make it, right? So now you have a market that you can compete in. A handmade does up the value of things a good bit for a lot of people, and other people look at it like, great, you can make that, and that's awesome, but I can also buy the same thing for less money. So what makes yours worth more than that one? Like I said, that was a bit. I thought it was somebody just trying to be an asshole, and in reality, it was somebody making sure that I understood that just because it's made by you and you're trying to sell it doesn't mean it is a priceless piece of whatever. Now, you make stuff, you paint, you build, whatever. You set your own price. You can, you can sell. We'll use this flag box, for example. Let's say you can buy the exact same thing online somewhere at a store, whatever. The exact same for $50. And you got a market where you can then sell them for $200. Good for you. That's awesome. 100% that's awesome. That is a great thing to have, or a great place to be. And I would never discourage somebody from doing that. But you have to have reasonable expectations when you're looking at stuff, right? But just because you made it doesn't mean it's made out of gold. I don't know. That may sound kind of dickish, right? And now that I'm saying it out loud, it does sound kind of dickish, but it makes sense, right? Yeah. See, Ricker, and that's it. I'm not talking like throwing your own differences into it. I'm talking like an apples to apples comparison. Um, Now, another piece of advice that I think everybody can follow or can get behind is if you enjoy doing something, do not make it the only way that you are going to bring money into your family, your household, whatever, your life. Because once you start counting on it to be your your financial independence or whatever, you will grow to hate it. You will lose all desire to do things pretty, and your only thought process will be, how quickly can I get this done and have it look good enough for somebody to maybe come back and buy something else off me later. And I think that is probably the single most important piece of information I've ever gotten, or advice. So I kind of want to put a piece of tape on the sides here I really don't know how I would do that since it's going to sit like this. So I'm just not going to do it. Maybe I'll put a piece of tape on to hold it together after I squeeze it down. Now, I'm not saying anything to, discourage people, but I think it's important, especially in this day and age of YouTube, right? Not a single one of you can look through your feed and tell me honestly that there is not one video that says, I made 100 of these, I can't keep them in stock, they're $1,000 a piece and flying out the door. Every fucking video. This is the dumbest goddamn thing I've ever seen, but it gets clicks, it gets views, because people are always looking to make a buck. Especially now, right? The economy sucks. Prices are up, right? Everyone wants a little extra money on the side. So you can't blame people for hopping on that bandwagon, but at the same point in time, Ricker's bee traps. We're going to pick on Ricker for a minute. Ricker, I don't know what you sell those bee traps for, but we're going to say you sell them for $20 for one of them. Okay? Great. I don't know what the market is for them. Now, you hop online, or you make a video, right? I'm selling these for $20 a piece. Can't keep them in stock. They're flying off the shelves. I made $14,000 this week off of these. Great. I'm going to go make a bunch. And I'm going to fucking pile them out. And now I've sold 0 of them, and I have a bunch of money sitting here that doesn't go anywhere. Because maybe around me, they're worth $10 a piece. But you said they're worth 20. And goddamn, well, if you can sell it for 20, I sure as fuck can. Right? That telling people what they should charge for stuff in different areas of the country is probably the second stupidest thing that I've seen in the internet. But that's just me. Just me doing some ranting now while I'm doing glue ups. Like it is what it is, but it's so cringe. Yeah. Yeah. Ah, shit. Should have peeled the glue out of my brush before I did this. Yeah, so I think telling somebody what they should charge for something in different areas of the country is so stupid that every time that I see somebody, because the internet, every woodworking group has those chats, right? What do you guys think I should charge for this? And there's always some moron on there who goes, well, if you're not making $300 an hour, then you need to just stop doing it because it's not worth your time. I can sell that and make $1,000 in profit off of it, even though it's one board with one cut and one hole in it. And blah, 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 fucking blah. And I think that person is literally only there to make you feel bad that you're not making as much money as they claim to make. And I am 99% sure that those people make fucking nothing. And their entire life is spent just on the internet telling everybody else how much money they make when they don't actually make anything. Ah, shit. I should have dry fitted these things first. Sorry. I don't know if I can get this. What if we do this? And then I drive this thing in here. Now, what I think... Hey, I have a hammer. Hammer! What I think those people do, more often than not, is just try to discourage people from doing stuff because they don't want competition. Tell me I'm crazy. Tell me I'm full of shit. Whatever, it doesn't matter. But if you look at any of those groups, you will inevitably see that high school shop project where it's just hammered together, looks like absolute shit, and there will be somebody in those comments telling that person that they could easily get $10,000 for it because why the fuck not? I think we do ourselves a disservice. There's a difference between encouragement and outright lying to someone. I think the maker community does a great disservice by doing that. Like, constructive criticism is one thing. Sometimes people just need to know, like, listen, bud, I applaud the effort. That thing looks like ass, right? Which is why, if I have something that looks like ass, I fucking want you people to tell me about it. Because that's the only fucking way you learn that it looks like shit. Somebody to tell you that it looks like shit. Not just, yeah, you could totally get $1 bajillion for that. 100%. I'm not going to give it to you because, you know, reasons. But, you know, somebody else will. There we go. Jesus. How is that so damn difficult? What's fucking happening here? Something is happening and I don't like it. Okay. Alright. Alright. The wrong. Oh. Fucking stay, fucker. Alright. Let's get this thing strapped in. Fucking glue everywhere. See if I can use this to pull these in, maybe? Now, am I saying that we should discourage people? No, absolutely not. That would be stupid. Right? The community needs all the help that it can get. But I do think we need to be honest with people. Like, you think it's worth $1,000? Then fucking put your money where your mouth is and fucking buy it. If not, shut the fuck up and quit lying to people. I wonder if I can. We're gonna do a round over on the corner anyway. Now, I'm going to throw a couple of clamps down there and use these to pull this together. Probably not. Could make a 45 block, but don't really have the time. This glue is going to be fucking dry real soon. I need to go up there to get it to clamp proper. attached to something. Shoot a little glue in there. Don't fucking pop out, man. Buried down in that board. There we go. As long as this thing sits against that strap real nice. That should stay pretty. I don't know that that one's going to move at all, but we'll give it a shot. I don't know if that one's going to move at all. It's got a little bit of a gap there. Bothers me. Gap. There we go. She did move. Good. Don't look at that. That's just a fucking mess of clamps and shit. Yep, that's true. That's true, mood poisoning. Seem a little spicy today. Thanks, Matthew. Hey, Rumple, how you doing, buddy? Oh yeah, Kizzy. So I don't think. Hang on, let me go back up here and catch up with. What's up, Coffee? Check prices in your area. Hell yeah, Ricker. That's the best thing you can tell somebody is like, maybe, maybe you live in a poorer area and somebody else is trying to tell you what they charge and they live in Beverly Hills. You know, there's a huge fucking difference between the mountains of West Virginia and fucking Beverly Hills, right? Opinions and assholes. Yep. Are we talking about John? No. I wasn't talking about anybody in particular. Um, what is it though? Oh, it's a flag case. A flag case. I just had to get creative with my clamping. Yeah. So I would never tell a woman that she's not good enough to be in any field. It's like I wouldn't tell a man he's not good enough to be in a specific field. You fucking do whatever the hell you want to do. I do know that a female mechanic is going to have a harder fucking time doing shit than an average male mechanic. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say all females. I should say some females. Because some don't have the upper body strength to do any fucking thing. And it's fine. It is what it is. But I can tell you, come to my shop, you don't know how to do something, or you can't fucking break a lug nut loose or whatever, I'm not gonna fucking help you. Male or female. I don't give a shit. If you weigh 80 pounds and you're trying to break something loose that's got 200 foot-pounds of pressure on it, and you can't do it, then you're in the wrong fucking field. Figure out how to get it done. I got my own shit to do. I know that might sound sexist or whatever, but it is what it is. Like if you're going to slow the shop down, or whatever it is, whatever field you're in, if you're going to slow the work down because you physically can't do it, or you don't want to do it, male or female, I think you need to leave the field. I got people in my shop right now that are fucking dumber than a box of condoms and half as useful. And if they didn't do oil changes and state inspections, they wouldn't be of any value to me. Oh shit, my chat was frozen here. I thought everybody was just like, uh-oh. Hey, Norm, how you doing, buddy? Is that much done already? Right, Robert? What, 2 midgets and a donkey? Right? I pretend to forget. Yeah. So, Kizzy, I don't know if you do that on purpose. But I have seen quite a few young females come into the mechanic field who really shouldn't be there, but when they walk in, everybody's eyes go all goo goo, and suddenly they're not doing any work, they're just getting paid for it. They got everybody and their brother doing the work for them because they wore those pants today or whatever. Why West Virginia? I don't know, Robert. That just popped into my head. Sorry. Yeah, Kizzy, I don't understand that either. Some people get Ooga gun, 100% an Ooga gun. I don't understand why people get all bent out of shape, right? I feel like, and it happens with both men and women. It's not just men, but anybody who's in a field, when they get somebody who traditionally isn't in that field making suggestions, and as soon as it makes sense in your, like, we'll use mechanic for example, right? That's what I do. So if there was some woman comes in and makes, I'm struggling on a job, and a woman would come over and make a suggestion, it seems like those are the times when people get upset, right? Like, it's not, hey, Goofy, how about I punch you right on the fuck out of here? Quit spamming my goddamn chat, you fucking moron. Now, we're having a fucking discussion here. Quit being fucking stupid. Now you're not going to let me get this fucking video monetized because I said fuck 43 goddamn times. I think in those instances, though, when people get mad, like with you suggesting to a builder, I think it's because it makes sense to them, and they don't like that somebody who's not traditionally in that field is making sense, right? Like you would expect somebody somebody who's not traditionally in that field to be dumb when it comes to that field, right? It's not always the case, but it's spicy. Or asking questions when they're being... Yeah, if I'm getting my ass kicked, I'm struggling on a job, and I got somebody coming over asking me stupid basic questions, I will get very annoyed very quickly. I can definitely understand that. And I should say, if it's somebody who should know better, right? If I got, some new kid from tech coming up and asking me stupid basic questions about something, that's different than if I've got somebody who's in the field and should know what they're doing coming over and asking me stupid questions. There's a big difference there. Spicy damn fuck. I was trying to be nice, trying to have a good goddamn conversation. It's gonna get me kicked off of YouTube because we're talking about different fields and the way people act in them, but it is what it is. Alright, so that's glued up. Look at this fucking disaster. Look at this damn thing. This is terrible. What I should have done was I should have built a simple jig, right? So that I could just put wedges in on all three corners and lock it together. But I didn't. I just jumped right into doing that. But I don't want to pick it up because I don't want it to blow up on me. I feel like everything is just barely hanging on there. Don't be quiet. The adults are talking. Yes, pissed off. Yep. I I really like, so in the mechanic field, right? In the mechanic field, you've got kind of four types of people, okay? You got the really old generation who are just kind of riding it out to retirement, and they don't want to learn anything new because they're not going to be there long. And they didn't learn like the electrical side when it was becoming a thing. So now they're just completely lost, right? They don't want to do anything else except for what they already know, and they don't even want to do that. They just want to retire. Okay, I can 100% get behind that. I'm 40 years old and I want to be that guy. Okay? Then you have, on the opposite end of the spectrum, the new person who doesn't know anything. Sometimes they think they know everything, but more often than not, they just know that their job's stupid. They don't know anything, right? And then you've got, somewhere in the middle, you've got the people who know a little bit and are dangerous, and then the people who actually know how to do the job, right? Could do anything in the job, right? Those are typically the four types of people, the techs that you'll get. And the lower two are generally the ones who are pissed off all the time because either A, they don't understand what they're doing, they're struggling, they don't want to ask for help, or nobody's willing to help them. Or B, they're mad because they're doing something that's not easy and they don't want to do that, so they're going to screw it up on purpose so that somebody else gets it and they never have to do it again. And then you got the guy that does everything. He's pissed off because he has to do everything. And then the older generation, they're pissed off because they got to be there. They've been there for 40 years, 50 years, whatever it is, and they're tired and they just want to leave. Thanks. I am that step right down below the old guy. I'm somewhere in there. I can do anything, but I'm unhappy about it most of the time. But I'm more identified with the old folks. They just want to leave, and that's me. I just want to go home. I don't. I'm already tired of the week on Monday by 8 a.m. I'm ready to go to sleep. I imagine it's like that in most other fields too. Like construction, I'm sure you've got that same group of people or same categories of people. Plumbing, HVAC, all that, everything. I'm willing to bet there's those four people or four types of people in every field. Oil and gas is the same. Best part of the day, lunch and quitting time. Hell yeah, Robert. Hell yeah. Yep. But it's what pays the bills, so we all have to suffer through it. Some of us have to suffer a little more than others, I guess. You know what one of the best pieces of advice that anybody ever gave me for life in general was? For, like, working? When you start a job, don't allow yourself to become so important that you become the person that everybody comes to. Because your life is going to suck the entire time you're there. Congratulations, you're the shop foreman and you're not being paid for it. You're the manager and you're not being paid for it. You get all the crap jobs You know, along those lines. It's only kinky the first time. That too. After that, it's just normal. Blocking my way to the fridge, and that's unacceptable. Now, I screwed up in my field. Tooth and nail to bother that dude as little as possible, right? I screwed up in my field by allowing myself... Like, it's fine if you know how to do stuff. Just don't come to the rescue all the time, right? Sometimes you're better off saying, huh, well, isn't that interesting? Never seen that before. Huh. And then walking away. I've also noticed, in any field you're in, if there is that one person that kind of knows how to do everything, everybody else, most everybody else, will decide they don't need to learn how to do it because that guy will help them. Or girl, whatever it is. Everyone else is there, right? Right? The more important you are, the more work you have to do, and the less you're getting paid for it. Like, there's a guy in my shop. He does oil change, state inspections, basic maintenance work. And he's got it fucking made. Right? He's got it made. He only does basic stuff, doesn't have to do anything harder than that. And he gets paid damn good for it. And when he does get something harder, he just either says he can't figure it out, comes to somebody else who knows what they're doing, who then may or may not help them, or just throws parts at it, and then it goes to that person that may or may not help them anyway when it comes back. Magnetic koozies? Hell yeah, they are. Hell yeah. Best part about them, you can shotgun beers with them. And they sit on the lawnmower really well. Like, so there was an old guy in one of my other shops, and he's retired now, right? Because old guy. And I used to think, like, I was just starting off in the field, really. So I wanted to do everything. I wanted to learn everything. Real gung-ho, I can do it. 100% I can do it. I might have to look into it. I might have to do some research, but I can do it. Yeah. That's it, Robert. That's that guy at my shop. If you screw it up, you won't get it back. But that guy, I used to think that he was just lazy, right? He'd piss me off so much. He was the transmission guy. And I'd ask him a transmission question like, hey, I got this thing going on with this. This is what the data shows. This is what my diagnostics show. Can you point me in a direction? Right? And he'd go, well, hell, I don't know. I've never seen that before. I only know this one transmission. Like, this is the one that I work on. Right? And I'd get so mad because I knew that he knew. And it took me a long time to realize that motherfucker knew exactly what he was doing. He knew that if he started saying, yeah, I can help you with that, it was going to be a problem. Right? Then he was going to be that guy. He didn't want to be that guy. And I learned that way too late. Way too fucking late. Like, if anybody in here has opened up an automatic transmission is an automatic transmission, right? They're all almost the same. Some have more clutches than others, but they're all pretty much the same. And he knew that. I knew that. He knew that I knew that. But he went, fuck if I know, bud. That's weird. And then we'd walk away. Took me a long time to realize he knew what he was doing. Fucking 100% he knew what he was doing. Brilliant. Brilliant man. You know what he got? He got the jobs that he knew how to fix. Those were the jobs he got. Should you get a V8 engine? Always a V8. Wife doesn't have faith in me doing projects, so less work for you. Hell yeah. Listen, if I hear that, or a saw, or anything, I'm going to where that noise is, because something is about to cost me money or time, or both. Unless it comes in a V10, right? I mean, if you got a Viper, V10 is the only way to go. Now, we did have that, Chrysler had, or Dodge, had that second gen, I think it was, the second gen Ram that had the V10 in it. It was just chock full of its own issues, but you had 2 more cylinders in a V8, so. Yep, coffee. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. They'll never... As I'm getting older and more experienced in my field, I'm rapidly learning that if you do things for other people, they won't ever learn because they don't have to. You will do it for them. They don't need to learn how to do it. Now, you get, a few exceptions for that, right? Some people will be like, oh shit, I actually want to learn this, and you help me out, and then they're off to the races, right? Those people are great. But in general, it's I don't need to learn how to do it, because you'll do it for me. Hi, Bex. Yeah, definitely both. The SRT-10, that's it. It had its own issues, but I'd still love to get a hold of one. I don't see too many of them out and about anymore. There was a guy around here that had one, but I don't... Either he parked it, wrecked it, or it finally went to the scrapyard or he sold it. I don't know. Now, one thing, yeah, it does depend on the situations. One thing is, like, if I got that guy who I know isn't going to learn from me, he just wants somebody to do it for him and him to get the credit for it. If I know that's going to turn around to bite me in the ass later on, I'll just take the job. I'll take the job from him. You do the easy bullshit work. Pull that down into one of my bays when you're done with the easy bullshit work. I'll take care of it. Because if it comes back, you're not getting it back. It's going to somebody who can fix it. And I don't want it to come back. Am I famous? Fuck no, I'm not famous. I'm just a monkey with a camera. And a shitty shop. And a flag. Or 3. In my own mind, I'm famous. Yeah. If I was famous, I'd probably have nicer stuff. I mean, I'd still have the same stuff. It would just be nicer. Because fame usually comes with money. And more money means I can buy more toys. Because let's be honest, I'm just a 14-year-old boy with adult money. That's it. That's it. I have access to adult money and no restrictions on what I can buy. Well, my bank account restricts what I can buy, but, Right? If it's going to So, I mean, I know everybody here knows. You take your car into a shop and you spend money on it, even if it's under warranty, right? And it doesn't cost you anything. If you have to go back for that same issue, you're pissed off, which then you're going to dump that on the service writer, the service manager, whatever. And I'm below that. So shit rolls downhill, which means I'm going to get bitched at, and then I'm going to be pissed off. And it's much easier to just take some of those jobs and be done with it instead of having somebody throw parts at it. It saves headache later on. Yeah. Fuck, it's been a fun chat. We crossed kind of the gambit there. I think pissed Kizzy off. She ran away. Sorry, Kizzy. Everything rolls downhill in cabinets too. Yep. I think that's a pretty universal thing. Everything rolls downhill in the business. Right? If you whoever's at the bottom, no matter if you're an oil change kid, right? I get pissed off, and then the oil change kid or the brake change kid, whatever, wants to ask me a question. Now I'm pissed off already. I'm gonna be annoyed at him, and then he's gonna be pissed off, and ain't nobody below him. So, been there with my Jeeps. Yeah, Jeeps are the worst. I especially hate. So you got that death wobble, right? Which is any solid axle front end, right? It's not just Wranglers, but they are the ones that have solid axle front ends most of the time, right? Well, every Wrangler, solid axle front end. But any solid axle front end can get death wobble, okay? Which is a weird name because, to my knowledge, nobody's ever actually died from death wobble. Just scares them to death, I guess. The number one thing people will change is the steering dampener, or they'll add a second steering dampener, which is a Band-Aid. It's not how you fix it, right? It just masks the problem. Yep. Any solid axle front end. What nobody is willing to spend the time on is to find out what bushings are bad. It could be a brand new vehicle. It's just got faulty bushings or a loose bolt somewhere, right? That maybe you can't hear it, but it's there. What was the proper way to fix it? Find the bushings that are bad or replace the steering box. Something in there is allowing it to shake. And the bushings, the tie rod ends, the ball joints, all of it has to be checked. If there is any movement in there, that's your problem. I can't tell you how many times I've fixed brand new Wranglers or what the fuck is that stupid truck? Gladiators. By replacing a track bar. Right? Or tightening the bolts on a track bar. Because the bolts were loose. Which allowed it to move just enough. Nobody heard the clunk from it slopping around. And you didn't know it was moving when you picked it up and all that weight was hanging off of it. But you could see where the bolt had moved and scraped paint. Now, more often than not, people get a Wrangler or something of the equivalent, and they slap giant balloon tires on it because that's what you got to do, right? Apparently. And there's been more than once where the tires have been the issue. The sidewalls have too much flex, and it just allows it to continue doing its thing, right? It's never just one thing though. It's usually a couple of things that just all lines up at that moment and allows you to go all fucking screwy. 35s all day. That's fine as long as you got stiff sidewalls. Get stiff sidewalls. You got them fucking 3-ply sidewalls. You deserve what you get. Yeah, we've covered the gamut today between telling new creators they're not good as they think they are, to Death Wobble. That's a pretty good gambit today. Yeah, if it does it with factory tires. So one of the things that I'll do is if you've got giant tires on it with soft sidewalls, I'll go out onto the lot and I'll get a used car that's got the factory size tires on it, and I'll swap them and I'll drive it. If the problem goes away, your tires were the issue. If the problem is still there, it's a suspension issue. All the way up to and including the gearbox. Right? The gearbox could just be worn out inside. It happens. You get bad shit from the factory all the time. Right? I got a vehicle. I had to put 3 different transmission control modules in it because 2 of them were bad right out of the box. I mean, shit happens. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely doesn't build confidence in a brand when you got brand new shit that's busted. Whether it costs you anything or not, it's costing you time. And now that vehicle's sitting at a shop, potentially for weeks and or months, depending on how long it takes to get a part. And you're paying for a vehicle that you're not using. That doesn't build brand confidence. In fact, that very quickly makes people go somewhere else. Like, if I didn't work for Dodge, or jerks to Jeep Ops, if I didn't work for Dodge, I'd probably drive something different. Now, my truck is I got very lucky with my truck. No issues. But, knock on wood. I also got a warranty, and I'm the guy who fixes it, so. That's why I drive Chrysler products. Also, my local Honda dealership is a fucking... They are the epitome of what dealerships used to be. Like, you guys know the old saying, like, if a woman walks into a dealership or a shop, they're gonna steal every dollar out of your wallet, right? That's what my local Honda shop is. A woman can walk in there and they'll go, here's this list of shit with your brand new car. Got to get this taken care of. Or it'll void your warranty. But I can go in there with the same vehicle and have no issues. Not one thing will be needed. Alright? So I used to have a Honda. Brand new fucking Honda HR-V. Its first oil change. She was told it needed all of the fluids flushed and changed, or it would void the warranty. That was $1,400 worth of fluid flushes on a 5,000-mile vehicle. And then I went in, and suddenly, well, those were options. Nobody meant that they had to be done. Like, really? Because I was on the phone when you said it voids your warranty if you don't fucking do this. Right. Like, I lost my mind. Yeah. Steph drives a Honda. She knows. Yeah, Coffee. We do have the manifold issues on the 5.7s, which is way better than the 3.6s. Right? Exactly, Coffee. Exactly. That's what I did. I walked in there and went, here's this fucking book that doesn't say at 5,000 miles I got to swap out all my fluids or I no longer have a factory warranty. You want to go ahead and show me where it says fuck my bank account because you want paid for stupid shit? Go ahead. I lost my mind. I was all kinds of mad. And then I kind of felt bad because the person who initially said that wasn't there. But the other service riders were there, and they were right next to the motherfucker. They could have stopped it. It just makes me wonder how many times that happens and people don't understand or don't have somebody they can call and ask them if this is normal or if this is how it works. Driving it for 7 years? Hell yeah. Now, working in the dealership field, stuff like that pisses me off even more because that's the stuff that I fight every day. It's people coming in there expecting me to screw them over. Right? And I don't. I will make it very clear. Look, I recommend this stuff sometime in the future. If you can afford it now, great. If not, you know that this will be an issue later on. But right now, it's not an issue. Just saying. Start fucking saving up money to get brakes done or something, right? But other people will be like, oh, your brakes are half worn out, you got to get new ones. If you don't get new ones, you're going to crash and die. You're going to wipe out a family of 5 because your brakes are half worn. No. That shit pisses me off. Just stares at you dumbfounded. Oh, 100%. 100%. Yeah, all the time. Yep. Perk, that's the second dumbest comment I've seen today. In front of a Honda Pilot? I have no idea. I got no idea. But I can tell you that if you go to the Honda shop and it's under warranty, they are going to... Who the fuck is this? Here, go away. Nobody likes you. Even your mother hates you. Fucking Sugi Steve. Fucking dork. Yeah. I can tell you that aftermarket struts are quick struts. Factory struts are parts and pieces. At least in the Chrysler world, Stellantis world. You got a leaky strut, I'm tearing it apart, and I'm using all the same springs and seats from the old strut, and I'm just putting a new fucking gas bullshit in it. Excuse me. Which takes more time and is going to be a fucking failure point anyway. And quick struts take like... You could do them on the ground in an hour and get both of them done. Even your mother doesn't like you. What's up, Zyro? How you doing, buddy? I know you were here before. All we're doing now is just shooting the breeze, bullshitting, and oh, I cracked my watch cover. Nuts. Oh well. Bullshitting and telling trolls that they suck at life, I guess, because apparently it's that kind of a day. Love the beard? Thank you. Thank you. I've been growing it for 40 years. This is all the further I've gotten. I don't know. You probably are, Perk. You probably are. In a non-Honda garage, it should be pretty cheap. I mean, I don't know what the cost of parts would be, but your labor should be... Your labor, if they're charging you more than an hour per side, you're even at an hour per side, they're taking advantage of you. Yeah, 40 years. Been growing this thing. It's getting pretty good. Cracked your watch up? No! It broke! Look, can you see the... Hang on. See that? See that? See that? A little screen protector on my watch. I cracked it. But quick struts are usually pretty cheap, especially for Hondas. I'd say you'd probably get them for between 100, 150 a piece. Then, whatever the shop's labor rate is per hour. If they're charging you 2 hours to do 2 struts, I'd say that's probably fair. A little over fair, but... Now, unless you drive a rot bucket. If it's rusted beyond belief, well, Although, I have been noticing lately that the quick struts have been wrong. Just straight from quick strut. 1,600? Holy shit! Copy, come up. I'll do it in my driveway for 1,600. Damn. Fuck. Bring the struts with you. I got all the tools I need in that box right there. And if I don't, I can go to the shop and get the rest of them. Bring the struts, go to the parts store, get some quick struts, and come on up. We'll do it in my driveway. We'll even video it. Not on this channel, but on the other channel. $1,600. Jesus. They're getting a hell of a profit on them struts. Unless those struts are super expensive, I guess. It's been a long time since I've bought quick struts outside of, I get a discount when I buy parts through my shop. So my shop buys parts from outside sources for cheaper, right? And then I just pay 10% over that of what it costs them. So I get a deal. And then it usually ends up being cheaper than list price. Plus, I don't have to pay labor because I am the labor. 300 to 450, Jesus. Per strut? Holy cow! Hop on the interwebs there and get you some struts. It gotta be cheaper than that. Oh, for a set? Oh, okay. So 150 to 225. Yeah, that's not out of the range of possibility. Is that what the shop was going to charge you? Because if that's what the shop was going to charge you, you can get them for cheaper. I kind of want another beer, but I gotta pee. So I'll be right back. You guys can look at this disaster of a clamping situation. And yes, the hammer works. We used it. We're gonna have to do a lot of cleanup on that. Like a lot. Alright, back. Sorry. I couldn't find a place out in the yard, so I had to actually run into the house. Not used to it being daylight outside. Really hope we didn't annoy Kizzy. I don't want her to think I'm like some sexist bigot or something. Nah, is what it is. Oh, I need to change out my battery, I think. Yeah. Alright, guys, so what else is there to chat about? Wait, so if you were paying $450 for a set, let's just say $500 for a set, they were charging you $600 in labor? Even if they're at $150 an hour, that's what is it, 4 hours of labor? Holy fuck. That is nuts. They're definitely taking advantage of you, buddy. I had some egg sandwiches. Hell yeah. Let's squirt some more glue in this gap over here. I don't know where it's going. Oh, it's just running out the other side. That'll get filled up with CA glue. No, you don't. Grill 44, I'd be surprised if you had 2 inches. Fucking dork. Oh, ran right into that. Alright, so I'm probably going to hang out with you guys for another few minutes, finish my drink, and then we're going to call her a day. And, I don't know, maybe I'll go mow my grass or something. Fuck. It's been really dry here, but we did get some rain last night. Might be able to mow it. Where's your pen and pencil holder? We'll get there. We'll get there. I got a metric fuck ton of scrap pieces that are that size. We're going to be making a boatload of them here soon. Kizzy, you're back! Here, I thought we offended you. I thought I offended you. How are you supposed to survive? I don't know. You could move to Alaska. Alaska's probably a little cooler. I mean, their winters are a lot cooler. Carefully. Your seat's cut again, he just did it. I noticed that like between the rains, my grass will grow really slowly. Right when we get those like couple of nice hot days with no rain, the grass will grow slow. But then as soon as it gets a rain, that's it. Boom, shoots up like 6 inches overnight. Ah, okay, gotcha, Kizzy, gotcha. Well, I'm glad we didn't offend you. Me in particular. Didn't want you thinking I was some sexist bigot or whatever. I mean, I'm an asshole, but I'm an equal opportunity asshole. Right, Mark? I hate everybody equally, okay? That grown-up peer pressure, yeah. When I come home from work, I see like these neighbors will mow their grass, and I'll be like, well, fuck, means I gotta mow my grass now. Can't be the only house. Like, it's even worse when that neighbor and that neighbor mow, and then I come home, and I'm like, well, shit. Now it looks even worse because now I'm just this one random lot with tall grass. Turner was in my box last night. Fuck you doing in my box, Turner? I know you're out there. Also, look at my little pin. Ow! It's an emotional support pickle. Oh, showing off all the old hand pores? Okay. Alright, that's fine. I'm going to put a lot of them in a shadow box with string, with fishing line. Put them up on my wall. I'm going to pick the ones that are the best looking. Like one of each. Hang them up on my wall. Also, what I do with it? I brought it out here. Oh, maybe I did bring it out here. Maybe I didn't bring it out. Maybe I left it in the house. I got a pickle pen that says you're kind of a big dill. And, I mean... I thought I brought it out, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I left it on the counter. Oh, here it is. I did bring it out. Look at it. Kind of a big dill. Yeah. The old corks in it to display, one of each dig you got? Hell yeah. Get after it. So there's the emotional support pickle. I like it. So I don't know if you're supposed to rub it or whatever. Keep that in your wallet. I'm going to keep it in the bag so it doesn't get ruined. I got the pin. This is the hat that I wear to work, so I got the pin. It'll stab me in the fucking head. You know, I'll bang my head on something and I'll be really mad because it's got that like big fucking nub in there. Maybe one day I'll put it through the bill. Rubbing your pickle. Yeah, buddy. Somebody's got to rub it. Might as well be me. Actually, I probably could just shove it through the bill. That's probably where it's supposed to go, right? It is a hat pin after all. Let's see. We'll put it on this side. Jink. Too much coffee? Yeah, I'm not. I'm not still eating or drinking coffee. There we go. Rubbing it always works for you? Same. I mean, yes, Kizzy, I am totally still drinking coffee. Yes. Yes. I got the water spots out of her shower. Fuck, how do you get water spots out of a shower? My shower always just looks nasty. Yeah, I can wash it. I can wash it, but you'll see, like, all the watermarks from just forever. Come on, Kizzy. So we've covered the gamut now between potentially offensive advice people have given you in your chosen hobby, and to cars, and how shops rip you off. Some shops rip you off. Some don't. To cleaning your shower. So, I also want to know this answer. Half a pot a day? Oh, that's nothing. That's nothing. There's people that drink like 3-4 pots a day. Awesome, Gary. Good to hear it, buddy. Good to hear it. I'll have to check you out. Fucking polishing a polishing machine? Good Lord. Damn. I ain't doing all that work to make my shower clean. I just close the curtain. If you ain't taking a shower, you shouldn't be in there anyway. Plus, guests don't usually go to the upstairs shower, and the downstairs shower doesn't ever really get used. So I use it as, like, I use the bathtub sometimes. Oh, the neighbors thing, right? Fuck, now I kind of want to buff and polish my shower. Let's be honest. Baking soda and lime kind of works. Like, I know the water marks are there because of, you know, me. Because I'll get in there and I'll be slopping soap all over the place. If I didn't have a shower curtain up, there'd probably be soap all over the mirror on the other side of the room. When I scrub up, I scrub up. Oh, they're not really bad. You can just see the watermarks. Like, if the light hits it just right, you can see it's not all shiny and smooth. Can't tell her that though, right? You got to keep some secrets, Kizzy. I'm gonna shoot more glue in there. Apparently, it's going somewhere. Wait, is it going inside? I hope it's not. I put that tape up and everything. No, it's not. Awesome. So, one thing I've learned that I can't do is bondo work or body work in general. I don't do body work, and I can't buff. I can't buff a car. Flag box? Yes, sir. It is memorial box size. So that's a bigger box, a bigger flag. It's what, 5 foot by 9.5 foot. It's bigger than the normal 3x5. So bigger box. Shit hardens so fast. Yeah, yeah. It talking about like the buffing compound or the Bondo. Yeah, I can never. I need more working time. And if I'm doing like buffing, if I'm like trying to buff, my car or my truck or whatever, I need to work in small areas. But then you can see that I worked in small areas. I'm not a detailer. Now, on this, we're going to make a lid. I very, very rarely make lids because it's really hard getting them to be the same size. But, so here's what I'm thinking I might do is I may make a lip that fits over the box, right? Yeah, it'll have a glass on the other side. Not this side. This is the back side, right? It'll have glass on the other side. Crazy can show you how to buff a car. Yeah. But what I may do is make it so it has a lip, so that the lip comes down over the box a little bit. I don't know. It depends on how I end up attaching it. Like a piece of trim around the lid, so it kind of nestles in there. That would also stop it from falling off. So there's two things that I don't like about making lids for boxes. If you cut it from the box, it's exactly the same size and exactly the same shape, level, whatever. If you make a lid, right, if this is just off square and your lid is square or off square the opposite way, you're going to have a gap through the whole thing. And it may not be the right size, right? But for something like this, I think we can make it work. Gonna do a velvet inlay. Yep. We're gonna do black velvet on the back here to cover this plywood. We're gonna do black velvet on the inside to cover the plywood. Chat has spoken. We're not gonna cover the walnut with it on the inside. We're just gonna do the back panel. That chintzy little plywood back piece. But that will be after we get everything sanded and cleaned up. Let's look at the finish work. Evenly spraying glue for layup. Yeah. The finish work I actually enjoy. I really do. That's where the wood, if we're talking about wood, it comes to life. If you're talking about finish work on a car, I hate all of it. I can fill a rust hole, you can patch it with a piece of metal, and I can throw some Bondo on it, but you'll see it. Yeah, so, since I did pick it up already, that's what the inside looks like currently. Right? So we're going to do black velvet in there, nothing up the sides. We're going to do some of that Gilboy's hard wax oil up the sides. I've got a couple of different things from Gilboy's on order. They should be here any time now. We're going to do a hard wax oil, and on the outside we are going to do a wax finish. Hey, Nathan. So on the outside, we're going to do the hard wax oil, but then we're going to polish it up and give it a nice... I'm thinking that I can get a nice bright shine. Oh, Kizzy, I forgot. I'm sorry, I forgot. I know it's not on my shelf. I know that. I'm going to have to look at it. I'll probably have to hop online and do the online membership thing so I can get back issues. At least I don't think it's on my shelf. It might be. It might be, but I don't think it is. There was a short period of time there where I didn't get any subscriptions. Not that big of a deal. Dill. And I'm not sure if it was because my subscription... No, my subscription didn't expire. Because I got a renewal a couple months later. I just didn't get any magazines for a few months. Now, I'm assuming that they did put out magazines during that time. I just didn't get them for whatever reason. So cheesy. But I'll probably have to do the online membership thing so I can get the backlog or whatever. It's got a little face on it. Look at it. Look at it. You got little eyes, a little mouth. Got 92 thumbs up. You guys are awesome. I'm going to have to start making like mostly one-day projects some more. Or at least where in one day you can see substantial what's the word I'm looking for? Progress. 94 likes. Rolling in the likes now. Right? The only magazines I get anymore are woodworking magazines. And I'm really thinking about doing that. What is it? Fine woodworking? Where they're like all the projects in it are kind of a step above what most of the... So in all the wood magazines I get, you generally get a couple of projects, right? You get something that's kind of lower. Take yours back. You get a project that's kind of lower tier, mid tier, and then a more advanced tier. Yeah, it seems to be kind of how everything works. Like shop furniture is usually pretty low tier. Because it doesn't have to look good, and it's usually just built out of, 2x material and plywood, right? And then you get those like heirloom projects that are the upper tier. But I think fine woodworking is all upper tier. I know I had a couple. I have a few of the magazines that I just picked up from like the store, and I picked them up a long time ago, and I went, oh yeah, this shit's way over my head. Can't believe you're gonna take your life back. You know what I'm gonna take back? I'm gonna take back that fire pit. Yeah. That earned me a few likes. Okay. That was a lot of work for a day. And I still got to do mine. Nobody here to help me do that one. I gotta haul gravel and stuff from outside that door, through the yard, all the way back, past this shop, through the other gate, and then over. Fine, I'll take back half. Take back half of the fire pit. So you don't let anyone there? Yeah, I really don't. I really don't want people at my house. If I invite you to my house, Like, that's a big deal. Yeah, Japanese joinery, amazing stuff. I am nowhere near that level. There's a guy that I follow on YouTube here, TWC Design. I just watch his shorts. His shorts are all just different crazy joineries or joints or whatever you want to call it. Oh, it's amazing. You said it was gorgeous. Nice. Yeah, I got a lathe coming, just a small one, to do like pens and a little bit of stuff. The beams in his shop. I didn't see the beams in his shop. I'll have to check them out. Hey Perry, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for popping in, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I didn't see him do the beams in his shop. The Bourbon Moth, he did a what do you call it? A post and beam? No. His like back patio, back covered porch thing. He did it not terribly long ago. It was like great big beams. A blind lathe guy in a video. I know that guy. I mean, I don't know him personally, but I know him from YouTube. Yeah, he does everything by feel. Oh goodness, I can't remember his name. He's awesome to watch. He's blind, and he does lathe work. I think he does other woodwork too, like shit that like running a table saw. I'm not doing that. If I can't look at it, I ain't touching it, right? But I mean, he is the epitome of improvise, adapt, overcome. Like that guy, amazing, absolutely amazing. Now, I can tell you, like, I don't know if the blind woodsman, maybe that might be him. He's kind of bet plans are a bitch. Yeah, probably. He's kind of a heavier set. I believe he's an older gentleman. But he just got it set up in like his garage. And his camera will be here, and he'll be here, and he'll just be feeling and turning. Like it's phenomenal to watch, and I think his wife helps him. I think his wife helps him a lot. If not his wife, somebody else there, I think, helps him a lot. Oh, I can't remember who he is. I'm gonna have to start poking around. Beard, heavy set, eyes closed. Yeah, he's always just like, just turning. Yeah. In fact, now that you guys mention it, I'm gonna have to double check and see if I'm subscribed to him on this account or just my other account. Took 2 seconds to find. Really, Kizzy? I don't know that they would. That one, the stuff they put in their magazines are, they're kind of perfect. Although, you know what I might do? is I do have pictures of it. I might submit it to them because, or to Wood Magazine, one or the other, because the initial base plan came from one of their magazines. So, you never know. I might actually make it into a magazine. I'm going to do that. Fuck it. Why not? Why not? I got the plan. I bought the plan. The initial base plan. It's on my laptop over there. I'll figure out which one it's from. And I'll submit some pictures to them. I'm going to do it. I'll do it. It's the worst I got. I mean, we've got some like 40 hours, 60 hours of build time. It's easy to find all the directions. Right? Then I might be famous. I'll just submit it under fuck it. Submit it under the business name. Why not? If it gets published, chat might explode. You know what, Kizzy? That's a really good idea. That's an awesome idea. I'm gonna submit it to him. Whichever one was that I got the base plan from, I'm gonna submit it to him. Because why not? I'm really proud of it. So why not? Although then a whole bunch of other woodworkers are going to see it, and they might not be as excited about it as I am. It might make me feel pretty bad. Out of hell with it. We'll do it. Integrating it into a furniture. You know what? If we could figure out something to do, I'd be here for it. Yeah, that's true, Matthew. They could. But the only way I could really see a carving working into a piece of furniture would be either as a leg, a drawer face, or something set into a top. Either part of a top or set into an epoxy on the top. Now, or a headboard, yeah. Fucking headboard, yeah. Yeah, that's true. That'd be a little harder to ship back and forth, but if somebody contacted me to do a collaboration on something, a mantle, fuck, I didn't even think about that. Yeah. If somebody contacts me to do a collaboration on something, I'm more than willing to give it a fair shake. I am not going to go hassle people to do collaborations. But we'll say if somebody wants to, we'll figure it out. I think that's fair. That gives everybody the knowledge that I'm willing to try. And then that puts the ball in their court if they're willing to try. What's the new project? Right now we are doing a memorial flag display case. We got that all done, glued up today. We'll get it cleaned up and get the lid made. I'm gonna have to get a piece of glass cut. We'll get the lid made. We'll get the sanding all done. We'll get the crushed velvet put on. We'll do all that here shortly, and then we're gonna make a kind of a 12 by 12 box. We're gonna make a cube with some laser work on it. We're gonna make that for Matthew, and after that, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna do a series of polls where people can pick one. There'll be 4 options for a project out of a magazine. People can pick one, and then we'll do like that one will carry over to the next poll. We'll add 3 more options. And memory box, yes, memory box. I'm sorry. Kind of hillbilly shit is that? Don't look at my clamping setup. All right, you just ignore all that. The box itself will be pretty. So probably do like 3 or 4 different polls till we get down to one final project, and we'll build that project. I'll go to the lumber yard. I'll order whatever kind of lumber it is that we want for it. I would like to build a piece of furniture out of white oak. I've never built anything out of solid white oak before, so I'm kind of leaning in that direction. Awesome. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. You know what, Alexander? Appreciate your service, buddy. So I'm thinking we'll do, I don't know, maybe 3 polls. We'll carry over the winner from 2 of them. Well, we'll carry over the winner from the first one to the second one. The winner from the second one to the third one. And then the third one will decide what the project is. This is actually being made for Michael Grumpy Vet. He's in chat on occasion. He said something to me a long time ago about it. I believe he has a flag from a good friend of his that's going to be displayed in this. Like a wire brush finish. Awesome. Yeah, I don't work with white oak very often. And when I do, it's like a small thing. I've never built... I've always looked at white oak because everybody wants to build like a dining table or, you know, a cabinet out of white oak. And I felt like it was kind of overused. So I leaned away from it. The same with black walnut. I genuinely, whatever. I feel that black walnut is overused, so I tend to shy away from it a little bit. Thank you, Kizzy. And I have to agree with you. That bassinet, it definitely deserves to be displayed. Don't take offense to this. You're making a mess. Kept saying you were messing up. Appeared as though it wasn't going to work out, and then it started to come together. That's I don't take offense to that at all. I'm just a monkey slurring my... No, it's because I can't speak. My brain works faster than my mouth. Also, maybe the bear. Yeah, white oak is really popular right now, which I think cherry is the best looking wood that you can use for anything. And one day, I will be the reason that cherry comes back into style. Because, like, everything in my house that I've built or like antique furniture that I've bought is cherry. Like my serving table, my buffet table, that's cherry. Solid cherry, not veneered. It's solid. Got it from a antique store. My bar, cherry top, white ash sides, cherry feet. Um, the bottle opener on the side is fuck. I don't know what kind of wood that is. It's a knot out of something with a bottle opener recessed into it, just attached to the side. I don't remember what kind of wood it is. Dang. But Duncan Fifi Antiques or Cherry and Mahogany. I'd love to get a hold of some proper mahogany. Oh man, I think I think that I can do some really nice work with some good quality mahogany. Um, never try to discourage a woman. You're a little late there, buddy. Damn. Or a man. I mean, if you want to be a man, going and I don't know, doing whatever is typically a female job, a female-dominated job. That more power to you. Great beard. Thank you. Been working on this for 40 years. Ever worked with burls? No. No, I have not. I have worked with slices of burl. Um, used it as like a veneer. But I've never actually worked with a chunk of burl. What kind of tree does cherry would come from? Around me, we use the black cherry tree. Milled up hardwood flooring with tongue and groove. Installed in your kitchen. Hell yeah. I might not still be working at that godforsaken shit, but my old lady is. Hell yeah. Godforsaken shop. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, I think cherry is some of the most beautiful wood out there. Like that's my opinion, right? Opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one. But the fact that I can mill something up that looks like this, and then I can set it in the sun for a couple of weeks, get something that looks like that, or just this we put that hard wax finish on it, right? Like that's a significant. You can see the difference here. Like the fact that wood will darken over time and look more beautiful than when you first put it together. That's what I'm hoping happens with that bassinet. Alan is going to send me pictures of it here in a couple of months to a couple of years. As it oxidizes and is exposed to UV, it darkens. And it can get some of the most beautiful, rich, deep red coloring. Just, and I love it. I love it. Like if I build something and I like it the way it looks here, and then it turns out to look like that later, odds are it's going to be even more beautiful, even nicer. I don't know. With changing light source angle, yeah, that figured maple turned out really well. You know what, makers? I don't know. Is that cedar on my walls? Yes. Yep. I lined my I'm working on lining my whole shop with cedar fence picket panels. Right now, everybody's building fences with it, I guess, because, you know, I guess that's what you do with fence pickets. But I don't know, makers, if UV light would speed up the process. I do know that if you take a piece of cherry and set it out in the sun or put it in a window, in about 3 weeks ish, you will get the maximum darkening that it's going to be. So you can kind of speed it up. I don't know if UV would work. I do know that UV is what kind of darkens it, and a little bit of oxidation, right? Smells amazing and no bugs. Yep, that's the idea. And I think it looks pretty good, right? Like it's a wood shop. It's a wood shop, so that looks pretty good. Yeah. Better than having like drywall up and you can grow some green inside. You know, I don't have any big UV lights, but I could buy one and find out. Your dad's favorite? What, cedar? Or cherry? I do have to step outside for a minute, though, because we only rent beer. Be right back. Alright. A has returned. Cedar and mahogany are your dad's favorite? I love mahogany. I like the way it looks. That deep, rich color is amazing. Can't wait to have enough subs to do it. Spend an afternoon doing a live. Well, shit, ain't nothing stopping you now, man. Hang out. Do stuff. I mean, you see what I'm doing. I mean, I don't have, a ton of people in here. But the people I have in here are fun to talk with. They're the core, right? You can have 1,000 people in your live stream and only have 10 people in chat. Those are your core. That's it. Those are the people, don't get me wrong, the views are awesome. But this, I've said it before and I'll say it a billion more times. This is my favorite part of YouTube. It's getting to interact with you guys. Sometimes I get to dick off with this and then have you guys set me back onto a track that's actually productive. Matthew. But in general, this is the thing that I enjoy the most. Also, 99 likes. Hell yeah. You guys are awesome. I haven't done shit all day except for that and talk to you guys about everything. You took a nap? Man, I wish I could take a nap. I took a nap the other day on the back porch. Kicked back, had my feet up. I was scrolling through my phone. And 100 likes. Hell yeah. Thanks, guys. You guys are awesome. Hang on. That deserves a pickle. You haven't hit that. You haven't hit 50 likes yet, or 50 subscribers yet, Murphy? Share your @ Put your @ in the channel. We'll see if we can get you a couple more subscribers. Come on. Put your @ whatever your @ is. I'll pin it. Is that the first time you got 100 likes on a live? No, we did pretty good during the bassinet build. Doing it pretty, I don't know, every couple of episodes, I guess, if you want to call it that, was 100 subs or 100 likes plus. Let's pin that message. All right, guys, if you could do me a favor, let's get Makers Murphy above his 50 subscriber mark. All right, I know I ask you guys to sub to a lot of channels, all right, but I think this is what the community's all about. So you go punch in that @ symbol, help a buddy out. Let's see what he can do. You guys did wonders on Shoop. I know you can get him going. And the viewers dropped drastically, so I'm hoping that means a bunch of people went over to Murphy and subscribed, or it means a whole bunch of people were like, "Nah, fuck this guy. He smells funny." Nah, Makers, you don't have to do that, bud. I think this is what a Makers community is about, right? Just watching a few people do stuff is, I mean, it's fun and all, but helping other new creators get up there, that's what it's all about. Spreading the love around, right? Makers at 50, hell yeah. You guys are awesome. Like, don't get me wrong, I enjoy having you guys in my chat when I'm live, but if one of these other creators is going live, that 100% would not be upset to see you guys over there. You'll do your first live? Hell yeah. So, Makers, when it tells you that you can go live, right, because sometimes that takes a day or two, hit the live button, right? If you're doing it on your phone, hit the live button, and it'll pop up with a thing saying that you can go live in like 24 hours. That way, you don't plan a live and then get boned by that 24-hour limiter. Unless it's you. Oh, come on, Ricker. I'm in your chat a lot. I don't always talk, but I do make my rounds through people's live streams. Right? And I try really hard to keep up. I have become so widespread in the community that it's really hard for me to keep up with everybody. I try really hard, but sometimes I get a video that's like a month late. I try really hard, but it's like a full-time job keeping up with all you guys. Yeah, it's... Whew. I try to support everybody, but good lord. Set target, CNC donating the stream progress bar. turned into a puss. Can't take this heat. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, Matthew, I pop in. I mean, you go live a lot. I pop in. I at least give you a thumbs up, say hi to you. Ryan's? You have to be more. I don't know who Ryan is. I don't know a lot of your guys' names. I know you by your chat name. Oh, 77 Rockets? Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen one of his lives in a long time either. Has he just not done a lot of lives, or or am I just not getting the notifications? There was a period of time there. There was a period of time where my notifications were just blowing up with different live streams and videos and shorts and whatever. But now it's kind of slowed down. I'm wondering if, because I didn't click on it when I got the notification, if YouTube was like, all right, you're not that interested in this. So yesterday I didn't stream at all. I'm wondering why I didn't get a notification. I'm going to go look and make sure that I'm actually subscribed on this one. Whacking Shack was building his new shop. Hell yeah, I remember that. But he did start streaming again, right? I think I got a notification for him. Also, I think I'm a member in his channel. Pretty sure. Click the bell and reset it. I'm going to have to do that. Go down through my list. Like, not unsubscribe and resubscribe, but change the bell from one position to another. Sunday Spun Days? Hell yeah. Listen, guys, I know that there's a lot of us, right? There's a lot of crafters out there that do streams. And I don't want anybody to feel obligated to come here over anywhere else. Okay? I appreciate you guys popping in. Don't get me wrong. But I'm all about you guys going and shedding that, spreading that love around. Right? 100%. I don't really look at, like, who's live when I click the go live button. Just because there's so fucking many. There's so many of you. Like, we'd have to sit down and have a live stream schedule if we were to all do it one after another. So I get it. I understand. And I do it too. Like, I'll pop into, Ricker's live, and then I'll go to somebody else's live, and then Mike's live, and then someone else's live, and try to bounce around. A streaming app just for this trade? That would be really cool. Also, Kizzy, I'm not a programmer, but I feel like you could probably make that a thing. Oh, what is the hashtag? Sawdust Mafia? Is that the hashtag? I gotta start putting that in my videos. I keep forgetting about it. Did I build my entire shop? No. So this is my garage. Alright, so 1-car garage. I came out here a couple of months ago and decided that this was going to be my wood shop. Alright. And I've slowly been working on it ever since. Like, I got my lumber racks up back there with the cedar wall behind it. I got it up the sides a little bit. Here in the next couple of weeks, we will be building out my shop, like little by little, because, building out the shop costs money. and I like my shop to support itself, right? The filter on, yeah, that's one of the projects we're going to be building is, so I did that as a test to see if it actually did anything. And surprisingly, that will clean the dust out of this air in this shop in no time. Now, I mean, yes, I know it settles on everything. Like you can see the line here on my toolbox where I wiped it, right? It settles on everything. But that cleans the air out a lot faster than just letting it settle. So one of the things we're going to be doing is building a proper one of those. I got the fan that I'm going to be putting in the end of it. We're going to build a little box with the furnace filters. And hey Joe, how you doing, buddy? We're going to be the suction holds it up. Hell yeah. So I've noticed that with mine, I generally put the filter in front of the fan, and that's probably the worst way to do it, because then the sawdust and stuff builds up on the blades, so you got to blow it off. And I'm really forgetful. But one of the things I like about blowing the dust into the filter box is then the dust sits in the box, and all I got to do is vacuum it out, once a week or whatever. If I can keep up with the maintenance of just blowing the fan off and vacuuming out the box, tapping the filters off so the dust falls inside, instead of the dust being stuck to the filter on the outside, turning the fan off and then the dust falling down. Throw a wasp at you going 50 again? That's also fair. I imagine that once that wasp makes it through the fan, he is not very happy. And if he lands on you, he's probably going to poke you. I have all of the electrical either here or ordered, so we can get that finished. And by ordered, I mean like Amazon, right? Because they deliver right to my house, and I am super lazy. So here pretty shortly, that corner will be getting finished, because the electric box will go over there. There's a ton of wiring sitting right up here that goes to different outlets and stuff that are in the ceiling that are covered up because they're not usable right now. I'm going to be putting a couple of more outlets in the walls. I think I have to put one more outlet up in the ceiling, but then we'll get the electrical done, and then I can hook up my dust collector, which will be blowing outside. We'll do a video of me building the dust collector box that it's going to be blowing into. Cleaning it out is going to be annoying because it's just going to be shoveling it out into a bag, but I need something that I can leave go for a month at a time and then come in and clean it out. They're mutating and they love you. So I don't know what you guys have as horse flies down there, but up here we got these giant flies. And like when they slam into you, it feels like somebody threw a bouncy ball at you at like Mach Jesus speeds. Yes, Mike. So what I'm doing is I got a 8 breaker 16 circuit sub panel to put in. So I have, for this wall will be 1 circuit, that wall will be 1 circuit, the lights will be a different circuit, the dust collector, the AC and heat those will be 2 different circuits. So that's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to be running a circuit back to my fire pit, so that's 6. I'm going to have a dedicated circuit for tools, right? And it's just going to be like one outlet, like right here. Probably just going to put an outlet here. That way, if I've got stuff plugged in over there, I'm not also running the planer off of whatever's running over there, or vice versa. The odds of me running multiple tools at a time is pretty slim. But, and then I also, I don't know offhand how I'm going to do it quite yet, but I do want to put in a 220 outlet. Just one. I only need one 220 outlet. That way I can swap over this motor and the bandsaw to 220. I can get a better table saw if the opportunity arises, things like that. But right now they're all going to be 110 outlets. And then I'll figure out how I'm going to do it to break out a 220. But hey, Sweden, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Don't tell anybody about my Swiss bank account, all right? I do know it's... So, with the exception of the lights, they're all 20 amp circuits. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 outlets on that wall. 1, 2, 3, 4 outlets on that wall. Now that outlet run will also run the refrigerator, unless I leave the 20 amp circuit that's already coming out here. I may leave that circuit live and just have it do that fridge, the lights outside, and the outlet over here. I may just leave that and call her a day. And the garage door opener. I may leave that on that same circuit. But the rest of it is going to be isolated to a 50 amp circuit in the house, to a sub panel, and then broken down. Because I can't imagine that I'm going to use more than 50 amps at a shot out here. Like even with a dust collector on, which is max 12 amps, lights, which they're LED, they draw next to nothing. So let's just say another 5 amps, right? The box fan thing, and those are the things that would be running pretty much all the time. And then tools would be, let's say they draw 15 amps peak. Like, I can't imagine that 50 amps is going to be an issue. So the sub panel that I'm putting is direct wire. There's no main breaker. The main it feeds off a breaker in my house, which is a 50 amp breaker. So that's about 70 feet away. So I'm assuming that amperage drop to here would probably be around 40 amps. 40 to 45 amps, right? I'm trying to err on the side of caution so that I'm not tripping that main breaker. But it is the panel I'm putting in is like 125 amp rated sub panel box. Now, one of the reasons it's not up yet is because right there is my garden hose that feeds in from the house. It comes through like a hole in the floor right there. The wire is already ran. It's kind of looped up right there. It's ran through the PVC under the ground into the basement. But I've got to drive a grounding rod in the ground right there, and then ground the sub panel, which will go, right there. Because the sub panel has to be isolated ground from the neutral bar, where in the house for your main panel, you bond the ground and the neutral. So that's one of the reasons I had to order a grounding rod and stuff. So I'll drive a rod in there, get that taken care of. But yes, I have, I don't even know what that is. 6 gauge wire, 4 gauge wire. 3 wire and a ground, which I'm not going to use the ground, but 3 wire and a ground running through a PVC pipe from here to the house. And then I have a junction box where once I'm ready, I will tie the feed from the breaker into it to power this. And I'm also going to be running a Ethernet cable out here to have my own shop network, which will hopefully reach the fire pit, which is about another 70-ish feet away, so that I can have Wi-Fi out there and power, obviously. I was going to do a mini split out here, but in my amperage math, right, going off the max amperage, I don't think I can do it without having a larger breaker feeding out here. And I don't want to run a live 220 line out here, like straight from the power pole. I want there to be a breaker at least. But once that gets ran, then I can start hooking everything else up. I got to put in one more outlet up top. I got to put 2 outlets in down here, one on each wall. Separate the outlet for the fridge and the outlet for the garage door opener, and that outlet over there by the door. I'll let those run off of the house. But everything else will be run off the sub panel. A SOCA adapter? So what I figured, Kinsey, or Kizzy, I'm sorry. I'm gonna screenshot that. I'm gonna look into that SOCA adapter. What I figured was, if I run each wall with 20 amp outlets, 20 amp wiring, right, and a 20 amp breaker, that gives me the ability to hook pretty much anything up to anywhere that I want. But my dust collector like pulls a max of 15 amps, I think. My lighting, let's say that pulls 5 amps, so that's 20. My fan, right? So let's say that's another 2 amps. So we're up to 22. Plus any tool I run, let's assume that it's pulling 15 amps, right? So we're up to, 37. And if the mini split pulls 15 amps. If I'm doing all of this at once, I'm gonna overload my breaker in the house. Now, I'm sure I'm overestimating the power usage. That's why I'm thinking about separating the fridge, the garage door opener, and the outlet over there, so that way I can keep my A-word thing over there. I can run my internet, my router from over there, and run my laptop from over there most of the time. My fridge, all that stuff will be on a separate network or a separate power line. The pre-existing wiring. Oh yeah, my house. I've already combined different outlets or different breakers. I've split them up to where it makes sense. And I got rid of my electric hot water, or my electric dryer, my electric stove. Those are both now gas. They run off of 110 instead of having a 50 amp breaker and an 80 amp breaker. Or I'm sorry, a 50 amp breaker and a 30 amp breaker. 40 amp breaker and 30 amp? I don't know. Whatever. Thanks, Kevin. I appreciate that, buddy. Thank you. Also, running over the pre-existing electrical wiring might be worthwhile. Because, I'm running power out there. So if I can get good Wi-Fi signal through the wiring, it makes sense. I do still want a separate network for here, though. Because I want to move my network storage. I want to separate the house network storage and my shop network storage to two separate lines. That way, everything on this network is going to be shop related, business related. Everything on that network would be stupid stuff like movies and whatever else that is on that network. Pictures, whatever. For transmission, you're talking Wi-Fi or internet? No, yeah, I want a hard line out here. Who the fuck is at my front door? That thing? Hang on, 1 second. My camera on the front just keeps going off and going off and going off. So give me just 1 second. Also, hey Wayne, how you doing? And PZ, how you doing? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Fucking. That didn't take long. Dogs walking around the yard. Yeah, so I had a Wi-Fi extender for a little while, plugged into an outlet right by my back door, and it worked great for like a week, and then something happened to it, and it just quit working. So, I can't even connect to it anymore. So, I unplugged it, plugged it back in, reset it, whatever, and it's just not showing up. So that obviously is broken. But this is all stuff that we're going to be doing either throughout this summer, fall, and winter. Winter is when I tend to slow down on orders, other than like Christmas. Yeah, Kizzy. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I want a separate outlet, is so there's no interference, or a separate network. There's no real interference. And like my phone will connect from, I can seamlessly jump from one network to another. So, and then, you know, the computer out here, I'd like to put a proper computer out here, not just a laptop. Put a proper computer out here so that I can run my laser, do whatever else I need to do proper streaming, not with my phone, preferably with a few cameras set up to just stream. And there's a lot of things that I want to do that I can't do at the moment. I have to upgrade everything to be able to do it. But if I got my own network out here, then I can hardwire everything directly in, hardwire the computer, hardwire the cameras, right? Hardwire everything. And then everything else can be Wi-Fi enabled. All right, Mood Poisoning, have a good one, buddy. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. I said I was going to let you guys go a long time ago, but I'm going to step outside real quick. In just a moment. I swear my dog hates me sometimes. Hey, what's up, Wrath? How you doing, buddy? So, hold on one second. So, I swear my dog hates me sometimes because on occasion he will take the biggest dump. Like, I got a big dog. He's a pretty big boy. He will take the biggest dump in the most inconvenient locations. Like, just, just right outside the door, right outside the fence gate, like right at the bottom of the stairs. Just, they got all this yard out here. And he's like, nah, fuck that guy. I'm gonna make sure he steps in this. So, Rumpel, one of the ideas that I had was, you know those cameras that follow you, right? Is to put one of them up here below the garage door so that when the garage door opens, it doesn't interfere with it. But put one up here, because this is generally where I work, right? Sometimes I go back here a little bit, but that way the camera can follow me and you get this kind of overhead view. Right, you'd be like this, kind of looking at whatever I do, and then if I move, you'd be like back here looking at me moving or cutting, right? My thinking is that would work really well. I don't know exactly, but I also want to put fixed cameras in at different spots so that I can get different angles. I just got to find a camera that I can use the video edit it and use it on YouTube videos. A surprising number of them don't allow you to actually edit the video or download the video and do anything useful with it. Rags with Danish oil in the fire pit. It'll combust. I don't know, maybe. It might. Ball them up real good. Ball them up. Don't spread them out. Let them build up that heat inside. In all of the video testing that I've seen, them being balled up and surrounded by stuff is what caused the combustion. If they were like kind of like left open, they didn't combust. They couldn't build up enough heat to combust. Whether you threw it in like a trash can with a bunch of sawdust and paper towels and whatever on it, that would trigger a flash over, wherever they called it. Yeah, Rumpel, that's what I'm thinking too, is like for lives, that probably wouldn't be too terrible, right? And it's just a camera. I'm not going to be looking up at you guys and reading chat. But, and then having like set camera points, like, you know, maybe one over here looking down on what's going to be the chop saw area, right? And then, you know, just being able to edit the videos out so that they can make... Oh, shut the fuck up, AJ. Fucking weirdo. Jesus. Always got to be one of you fuckers out here, huh? I'm already going to be demonetized for this video, so... Fuck it. Also... AJ, your comment annoys me. You think it would do its thing, right? Now, to be fair, the videos that I saw where they were testing that self-combustion, it took a long time. It was never like within a few minutes. It was like hours and hours and hours later. Like where you think it would be fine. You know, like picture so you use some oil and you throw the rag down over here next to the sawdust pile, right? Early in the morning. And then like you go inside, you call it a day. And then 10 o'clock at night, suddenly shit's on fire. Like it took a long time in those testing videos that I've seen. Oh yeah, definitely don't do that. Not unless you're trying to have a thermal event. Also 110 lights, fuck yeah. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Also, here's the thing. I noticed something. When I treat trolls like crap, I get more subscribers than just in my normal, like, no trolling streams. Just saying, I think there's a level of interest there. Built up static. No, it's from the heat that builds up while the oil is curing. Any oil-based finish has potential to combust. I guess it's the heat that builds up, and if it's kind of balled up and around things that restrict air movement, it can build up more heat to get to that combustion point. Whereas if you just took the rag and kind of draped it over the side of your table or laid it flat on your floor, it can't build up any heat because now it's spread out so much. There's a lot more surface area. Not saying it can't have a thermal event when you drape it over something or lay it on the floor flat, but the odds are a lot lower. The best way to avoid a thermal event is to get like a 5-gallon bucket, fill it with water, throw your used rags in there. Um, can't build up heat in there, and it dilutes everything. Me personally, I will usually lay them flat on the floor, or I'll drape them over something like this clamp leg here. I'll drape it over that. I to date, knock on wood, haven't had any issues. But yeah, if you use water-based finish, you don't have these combustion issues. That's a different rabbit hole. Yeah. If you use water-based finish, you don't get these kind of issues. But any oil-based, tung oil, in fact, they all of them have a warning label on them. Even a lot of stains will have a warning label on them. Right here. So it says danger. Rags, steel wool, other waste soaked with this product and sanding residue may spontaneously catch fire if improperly discarded. Immediately place rags, steel wool, other waste soaked with this product and sanding residue in a sealed, water-filled metal container. Like it's right here. It's on the side of this tung oil finish can, right? And I am pretty sure, yep, Minwax oil-based poly shades has the same label on it. Well, I don't typically drink until I'm done using power tools. I mean, beer doesn't count because, let's be honest, it's got about as much alcohol content as water. But, I mean, if you drink enough of them. How do you know all this? I read the label, right? I mean, there's too many things in a wood shop that can cause you to no longer have a wood shop or a house to not read the label, right? Never heard of that? Bourbon moth or maybe burnstock. I think there was been a couple of them. I think Bourbon Moth did one that I watched. There was another one I did one. He had a really big shop and he set up this grid on the floor and he did like each line of the grid or each row, whichever, was one particular finish, right? In different stages, right? Just a ball on the floor, in a metal canister, in a trash can with a bunch of other combustibles, like a whole bunch of stuff. And that one, like he just recorded it the entire night. That was the one that really sent it home. Was, you know, he put all this stuff in there at about the same time, and then hours and hours and hours later, he's taking a trash can outside because it's on fire. And he didn't want to burn his shop down, right? And that really set it home. Like, this stuff doesn't happen. You know, it might not be now. It might not be while you're in the shop. It might be after you've gone to bed for the day, or you know, you go out, you decide you're going to work in the shop in the morning, and then you're going out to, I don't know, a party in the evening. And while you're at that party, your shop bursts into flames. right? Always cold beer. You never drink warm beer unless it's German beer. German beer is good warm. American beer, you drink cold. Canadian beer, you drink cold. German beer, you also have to chew a little bit, so it's like a meal. Hey Matthew, how you doing, buddy? Yep, that's also fairly accurate, Dino, which is why it's got the alcohol content of water. You know what? I don't want to pull it out of there because then I won't be able to get it back in the koozie. I got a can right here. Let's see. 4%. 4%. That's basically water. I mean, unless you're a lightweight. Always drink responsibly, kids. YouTube, I did my due diligence. All right. Don't yell at me, YouTube. Don't ever drink. Don't ever operate power tools. Don't even get out of bed. It's dangerous and you can unalive yourself really quickly. No. No, I don't want to, Muhammad. You can't make me. I have no idea, Rumple. I'm going to delete that comment because I don't know what is going to endanger my channel. Okay? And what won't. So, we're going to try to keep it safe. Even that's not safe, right, Rickard? I don't know if it's still boycotted or not. I very rarely drink Bud. I cycle. I bounce from beer to beer quite often. Like right now, it's Busch Light and what's the other one? I think it's Miller. Yeah. The other one's Miller. Those are my two beers of choice right now. Sometimes I'll drink Coors. Other times I'll just go to the distributor and be like, that one looks good. I'll take a case of that. Thanks. I cleaned the shit out of it. I mean, it's a mess back there, but you guys don't ever get to look back there, so. Oh. Woke up looking like Andrew the Giant. No one cares? Well, why the fuck are you in here commenting on my damn live stream then? You can not care by going some fucking where else, you dork. Thanks for boosting my algorithm, though. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's definitely not. It's definitely not super clean, but it is cleaner than it was when I was doing the bassinet build. And it will get cleaner as we build out the shop. When I have places to put stuff, it'll definitely get a lot cleaner. Signal. Might want to not spell your name backwards if you want to troll. That's funny. I didn't even put that together. That's great. Oh shit, got 115 likes for me just shooting the breeze, and like I'm gonna have to start doing a lot of projects where you can see significant progress. Where during the stream. Apparently, that's what y'all like. Also, here's the thing: I don't want to fall into the trap of what YouTube says is popular. I don't want to ever have to look at my videos and go, "Boy, nobody liked this one. I'm gonna have to never do that again." Everybody liked this. I'm gonna have to do that all over again. What was the project? We're making a flag display case, a memorial flag case. Two centimeters of sawdust on the floor. There was a long time where I walked around on like 6 inches of sawdust. I mean, it was really nice. Don't get me wrong, it felt great on the feet. But dragging stuff around was really inconvenient. Yeah, I'm starting to think that might be the case, because like, I don't ever want mods to think they have to be here, but I also don't want chat to get out of control. There's that line, right? That line where right up until it doesn't jeopardize the channel. We can troll. We can have fun. And then you cross that line and things get iffy on if the channel's going to get banned or not. And I don't want to cross that line. Dino, am I the guy who built that cradle? Yep. I built the bassinet. One of my most recent lives was the delivery of the bassinet. Have I checked for the Instagram for the business? I have not. I'm going to do that today. I've got a ton of pictures I can post up. Thank you, Dino. I appreciate that. Thank you. We were just talking about submitting pictures of that to some woodworking magazines, and seeing what kind of response we get out of that. Been guest appearing all over. Thanks, Matthew. I appreciate that. Yeah, I know TikTok's great for exposure, and it is the kind of the it's something that I don't want to do, but maybe once I get the internet out here and I've got my own network, a stable network, I may start streaming on other platforms, like at the same time. Afraid the power will go to your head. I'm a boat builder and I'll do small stuff, but I appreciate it. Hell yeah, Dino. I've only ever built one boat. It was a really big canoe, and it was heavy as hell. I'd really like to, now that I'm more advanced in my knowledge, my ability, I'd really like to do another canoe, or even just a like a John boat. I built that first one, and I built it off of, was it a YouTube video? It might have been a YouTube video, or a series of YouTube videos, years and years and years ago, or maybe it was out of a magazine or something. It took so much work, and it was the first like big project that I'd ever built, and it was full of mistakes. Pardon me. But I took it out to the lake, and I went fishing in it. I paddled it around. I had a good time. and somebody at the lake wanted to buy it. Like, not that day. They, like, a whole bunch of people came up to me and were asking me about it and whatnot. And it was a couple of weeks later that somebody really wanted it, so I sold it to them. And that actually, believe it or not, that was my very first sale as a woodworker. Everything else before that was like little stuff that I had just given away. You know, I built this thing. Here, do you want it? It, need it. I just built it for the experience. 135 foot. Oh Lord, you built boats. Fuck's sake. I'm over here talking about my fucking canoe, my like 12-foot long boat. Dude's over here like, yeah, that's not really a boat. Bailey Woodworks. Yeah, I know Bailey. Oh yeah, yeah. Anything like that, just fucking dump them. 24-hour ban. Like I'm not. Maker's Murphy's trying to take your crown. Get him, Kizzy. Get him. So I really want to take this out of the clamps, but I'm afraid because this bit of glue right here is not dried yet. I can see it's still white, and I don't want it to just kind of slowly open up and break that glue bond. Nice joint there. Decent joint there. And a nice joint there. Alright, so that's my shittiest joint. Is that one right there. That'll have to get filled. Oh, shit, stuck in my shirt. That'll have to get filled with CA glue. The back side, I mean, yes, I want a good joint all the way across. But the back side, I'm not ultimately worried about. Hey, Fosia FM, how about you go scam yourself into somebody else's fucking chat, you loser? Your husband's a boat captain? Well, it's about the size of the boat. It's about the load he can carry. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Bread bills to make the rips. And a 13-meter steam oven to bend our blanks. Listen, if you can build a 135-foot boat, you can build a fucking canoe. Holy cow. I'm over here like, I spent... I won't make him anymore. Right, Grass? Like, I spent months building that canoe. And I wasn't even sure if it was going to float. But, shit, if you're building stuff way bigger than that, you can build a canoe like it's going on, like it's nothing. Like, fuck's sake. If I had a taller shop, I would build a boat, like a John boat, small John boat, just to have it hanging in my shop. Just so I could be like, I built that. Don't know if it floats, but I made it. Did I use walnut for the ties? Yes. Yes. The miter splines are black walnut, and the sides are black walnut. I figured that would give a little bit of contrast because it'll be end grain to edge grain, so it'll absorb more oil, look darker, but it won't be You know, like black walnut and maple, like a huge difference. White oak floats. Building small boats is difficult. I don't know, building a big ass boat sounds like it'd be difficult too. I would really like to build another one though. I mean, I'm much better. I know it might sound like I'm tooting my own horn here, but I'm a much better woodworker than I was, 8 years ago. I bet I could do a way better job of building that same canoe now than I did then. I don't even remember what my canoe was. I think it was made out of. It was made out of red oak. No, no, no. It had red oak accents. It was made out of. Oh goodness. Oh shit! It looked like cedar, but it wasn't cedar. Um, it was a really light wood. Oh hell, I can't remember. But it had a white oak rail around the top. The seats were white oak. Um, was there a flood we need to know about? Navy oak, some of the best oak in the world, was planted to make ships. You can see why I'm single. Oh, Timmy. Was that me or bald head? You talking to me? You called me bald head? Fucking dork. You never know, Timmy. I might be your stepdad tomorrow. Ladies love somebody who can work with their hands. Rude. Bye. All right. Bye, Timmy. I'll miss you. I'll see you at dinner on Saturday. I got you, Matthew. I got you, bud. Timmy. Tell your mom I want meatloaf on Saturday. You can still eat in the closet underneath the steps, though. Fuck's sake. It's not 8 o'clock, guys. What the hell? Although, I'm willing to bet. I am willing to bet that I get more subscribers from today's stream. Right? Not that I'm asking for subscribers or anything. I'm willing to bet that I get more subscribers from today's stream than I did from, what was my last stream? Thursday? Because I've seen a correlation between the way I react with trolls and the way chat reacts with trolls and the subscriber count versus getting rid of the trolls and the subscriber count. There's been a definite correlation there. Ah, fuck. If we hang out long enough, I might be able to just clean this damn thing up. You know what? I'm wondering if I can run that through the planer. It's like watching Instant Karma. Then they have a bedtime, right? If their parents care about them. But most of these trolls, I'm assuming their parents don't care about them. Hell yeah, Dino. Cheers, buddy. Listen here, Steph. Listen here. You're gonna have to make me dinner on Friday because Timmy's mom is making me meatloaf on Saturday. So. I do wonder if I can run it through the planer to get an even. Have you guys ever tried that? I don't think I've ever tried it. Edge grain through the planer, but not a full board. Like something that's just got, 3 sides. I am right at. If I send it through square, come on, get up there. If I send it through, my planer is 13 inches wide. If I send it through, it's 13 inches from that bottom edge to that top corner. Timmy's mom has got it going on. Gonna get a bottle of apple pie moonshine. Listen here. Listen here. I love me some apple pie moonshine. What is that? Clue up? 65 more to hit 500. Hell yeah, Ricker. Get after it, man. Come on. Post your @ in the chat. So there's the flag case, right? Unfinished, right? It's just in glue up. We got a lot of work clean up to do. And we got to build a lid for it. And we got to put felt in it. Not felt. We got to put crushed velvet in it. Was it a movie or was it a song? Stacy's mom has got it going on. Ricker Creations. There you go, guys. There's 14 of you here. And go! Better meat potato ratio. I'm not sure that will go well. Well, oh, putting that through the planer? Yeah, I don't know. Susie at $500 unsubscribe. I don't know. I've never tried it. I should probably do an experiment. Not with that piece. But I should probably do an experiment. So this is all edge grain. So logically, it would work in the planer. But there's nothing in the middle. So there's no support there. Which means that as the blade comes in, it's going to hit open air. Which means that the fibers are going to tear and blow out. I really want to try it to see, like, I'm not going to hand plane it. I'll sand it. I suck with hand tools, right? Anybody who watched my bassinet build and saw me fighting with the chisels knows that I am awful with hand tools. I can brute force my way through, but there is no finesse. No finesse at all. But I am curious to see what the limits of a planer is. Because I've sent end grain cutting boards through the planer and I didn't have any issues. Now, what I did do on the end grain cutting boards is I put a blocker on the back so that the cutting board wasn't the last thing the blades touched. They touched something like a piece of pine, something behind it. So it gave it some support. I'm going to try it. I'm going to just send some random shit through the planer. We'll see what happens. What do you guys think? That'd be a pretty funny video, right? May or may not destroy my planer. It's got a blower on it to blow sawdust out. So it may or may not blow the fan blades apart. that my helical head won't tear out. Yeah, I mean probably not. Let's be honest. The helical head is way better than the straight blade, but that helical head costs almost as much as that planer did. So I don't know if it's worth it. You're game for it? Everybody's game for me blowing up my planer. It seems like if I wreck a $600 planer, it seems like everybody's behind it. I don't think I'm under warranty anymore, so I might be. I've only had it for like a year and a half. I think it has a 2-year warranty. I don't know if the warranty covers doing stupid stuff for it, but I mean, it's a tool in a shop. You got to assume stupid stuff will be done to it at some point. That would be good TV. Right. Send one board through, planer, just the top of it just blows off. Chunks of the plastic are missing. Your helical head was $319. What helical head do you have, Kizzy? I've seen 2 different sizes for that planer. One is a little smaller in diameter, so you have to adjust your gauge. But cracking and cutting you. Oh Lord, I didn't know that was a thing. Combi machine we paid 25,000 euros for. Holy shit, that is out of the range of this shop. I can tell you that. We can call it Dukes of Hazzard episode. You know what? Maybe one day we'll do a series of glue ups to test out what you can do with a planer and what you can't. We'll do like 2 glue ups of each and do it with backing material and without backing material and see how far we make it through. I should probably get another one of these though, just in case, eh? On the bright side, I can get the cheaper version that doesn't have the in-feed and out-feed tables, because I've already got them. So I can just take them off the broken one, put them on the new one. And it'll be fine. I do have to, I've started to notice the blades for this are becoming harder to find. They're less in stock now than they were a year ago. Pardon me. Got the hiccups. Which means I should stock up on blades. Because I've only got one more set of brand new blades in there. One set of old blades that have been sharpened. And then that set that's in there. And that set is due to be replaced. Well, now. It should have been replaced now. Find, buy tool, and then your brother had this B Tools helical head. All right. All right, Dino. I'm gonna have to check you out. I don't know if I'm subscribed to you or not, but I'm gonna have to check you out. Like, do you put videos on your channel of building boats? I try with this account. I try to subscribe to as many makers as I possibly can, and building boats is, I mean, that's about as maker as you can get. Also, I know you guys are only seeing half my face, but it's better than just a shoulder, right? Also, you get to see the pickle. So, You get to be excited about that, right? You're going to try a canoe sometime soon? Hell yeah, Ricker. You have no videos? Hawila Project? Is that the name of the channel? Is Hawila Project? I tell you what, Dino, can you do me a favor and get the at whatever it is and post it in the chat for me? I'll screenshot it, and plus I'm guessing a few other people here would be interested in seeing the channel. It's still daylight outside, guys. Look at this. Look at this. There's light outside that window. Holy shit. Like, I haven't worked for like 3 hours. 4 hours. I swear, like 2 o'clock, I was done doing the glue up over here. Like, fuck's sake. I'm gonna have to make more of these tiny little projects. Helical router flush trim bit. A baby helical head? Kizzy, send an email with a picture of that head, will you? And a place that I can buy it. I'm interested in that. I've got router bits like this. Hell yeah, Runic. That's what we're doing. So I've got upcut, downcut. I don't have any compression cut though, which a compression cut is part of it is upcut, part of it is downcut. So you get kind of the best of both worlds. So upcut is going to give you tear out on this side, right? Because it cuts upwards. And if you don't have anything up here, it'll give you tear out here. Where downcut, it cuts pushing down. So if you don't have anything down here to block it, it'll give you tear out. A dual bit, a compression bit, has upcut and downcut, and they meet in the middle. So you get minimal tear out. But you get a lot less like chip evacuation if you're doing like a hole or a slot. Yep, Runic, that's what we made today. We got that glued up, cut, routed, all that happy horse shit, glued up. We put a panel on the back, made it memorial flag sized, which is bigger. I didn't know this until today, okay? It's bigger. Memorial flag is bigger than a regular flag, right? Like, that's standard flag size, 3 foot by 5 foot. A memorial flag is 5 foot by 9.5 foot, which, when you fold it up, is bigger, needs a bigger box. I did not know that until today. So, that's important information if you're going to build memorial flag boxes. Also, I think I used the cherry that I was going to use for something else. So we just went with black walnut. It's the leftover pieces from the bassinet. Right? So we got some good figure. And the bottom is just straight grain black walnut. It doesn't really matter. It's on the bottom, so. I'm really upset. I don't remember what I used that cherry for. Unless I used it on the bassinet. We've been gatekeeping. I didn't know they made a helical bit for a router. Kizzy, elegantwoodcraft2024 at gmail.com. Send me a picture and a link, and I'll fucking go buy some. Did I use it on your case? No, I haven't started your case yet. That's next, right after this. I was going to start it today, but then I started chatting and drinking, and well, now I can't run power tools anymore. So, a VIP bell. We are only allowed to have our flag out on special occasions. Huh. Your knife cake? No, it was after that. I had it while I was doing the bassinet. I don't buy on Temu. Don't send me a Temu link. I don't do Temu shit. Hang on. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Alright, sorry. Somebody nearby over there is playing. Oh, what the hell's the name of that song? Call me erratic, call me what you will. I like that old time rock and roll. Oh, love that song. But somebody's playing it, so I just kind of stood out there and was listening to it for a bit. We have a little triangle for normal days. A little triangle, what, flag? So, our flags, Bob Seger, is that who sings it? Alright. What's the name of it? Old Town Rock and Roll? Or Old Time Rock and Roll? Love the song. It's on my playlist, but I can never remember the name of it. Old Time Rock and Roll. Yeah, that's pretty. Fucking hell. So, if you're referring to you can only have, like, a flag out for special occasions, I feel sorry for you. Because, I mean, we put flags fucking everywhere. Like, I've even got a messed up flag on my shoulder. You can see it's messed up because right there. But there was a fold in the material when the flag was put on, and then I pulled the fold out, which opened up the material. Makes me sad. I kind of want to pull the flag off because now it's no longer a flag. It is a great song. So, it's an awesome song. I can't wear black in the shop anymore. I just get shit all over it. I gotta wear yellow or gray or something. We have flag laws and you don't mess with it? Alright. Alright. That's fair. Battle damage says America will keep going. Hell yeah. And I see your last comment. I don't know. Did I? Channel activity. You've seen some on Temu. Black walnut on the exterior. I don't buy shit off of Temu. I don't have a Temu account. That way all the shit blends in. Alright, guys. I am going to have one more beer and then I'm going to go have dinner. I think I'm going to make burgers tonight. Because, I mean, it's summer. And I have a grill. And I have burger. And I don't really see what's better than just fucking cheeseburgers. Which means I'm going to have like 3 more beers. Because I'm going to have one with you guys. One while I'm grilling. And then the second one will be with my burger. Or the third one will be with my burger. You had quesadillas. American flags are illegal? Where the fuck are you at, Dino? Like, 3/4 of the world relies on American money or military might. The hell are you at that doesn't like the American flag? Quesadillas and pizza. Where am I from? I'm from Pennsylvania in the USA. You got a proper flag there, proper baby flag, Second Amendment flag, fucking American Eagle flag, and shotgun and a beer. I'm not touching it, YouTube. I didn't touch it. I'm like 3 feet away from it. Don't give me shit. And here in a couple of days, I'll be hanging up the proper American flag from AA Fishing. He sent me a proper USA flag. Denmark? All right. I don't know about Denmark. Like I said, like 3/4 of the world relies on shit from America, but Denmark might be one of the exceptions. You're from India? Hell yeah. Yeah, Pennsylvania used to be a big steel town. And then that shit got outsourced to fucking China. And now 3/4 of Pennsylvania became less important. Like Pittsburgh got its start being a steel town. And then I believe it was a coal town. Because we got the mountains, right? Big ass coal veins. And now it's... I don't know what the hell it's got now. Europe has a boycott on American products? Yeah? But most of Europe, has free health care because they don't really need to support their own military. They use American military to support them. Also, boycott all you want. America is the world dollar, the world supplier for fucking everything, and the world military. Like, if somebody's got a problem, they call America. Because America is a fuck around and find out country. Now, I'm not trying to start an argument. All right? I'm just saying, America's a fuck around and find out country. You served in Afghanistan for America because you asked for help. Actually, wasn't Afghanistan, Iraq, wasn't that because of the World Trade Centers? Wasn't that in Article 5? I believe that was in Article 5, which meant one of the NATO members was under attack. All NATO members must respond. I'm not 100%. I'm not 100%. Okay? I might be a little foggy on the details. But I know damn sure if one of the other NATO countries got attacked by, what's the current bad guy? Russia? Belarus? China? North Korea? Fucking anybody who's not NATO? I guarantee you their first phone call would be to America. Why? Because we make weapons. We are really good at making weapons. Yeah, the only country that ever asked. Yep. The only reason NATO still exists. Like, if it wasn't for 9/11, nobody, absolutely nobody, would believe that Article 5 actually was worth anything. That was the point where Article 5 became useful. And now, everybody realizes that Article 5 is a thing. You're done with us? Okay. Okay. Hey, I mean, that's fine. I don't mind spending tax dollars on America instead of, supplying the military defense for half of Europe. I mean, I'm not trying to start an argument here. All right, Dino? I'm not trying to start an argument. But let's be honest. America hasn't noticed a single thing of your boycott. At least I haven't. My shit so costs the same as it did a year ago, 2 years ago, 4 years ago. Maybe a little more, but if Europe was really done with America, NATO would fall apart. In which case, NATO would be non-existent. Which means there would be no NATO summits. Which means other countries wouldn't be agreeing to the American president's demands that they pay up or get the fuck out. I'm just saying, America is pretty much the world military. All right? It really is. You never spent a dollar, us. We spent billions in Iraq and Afghanistan. Okay. All right. Okay. So. That means that you said Denmark, right? Denmark? That means that should Denmark be attacked by, let's say, what's the current aggressor in the world? Russia? Is that the current aggressor? If Russia decides to attack Denmark, because shits and giggles, Denmark definitely wouldn't call America. Is that what I'm hearing? Oh, I don't know if Iran is really a threat. Let's be honest. Most of the Middle East countries, they fight too much to really build up any kind of military power. No trust in you anymore? Okay. Alright. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I can't argue with that, Dino. I mean, America changes leadership every 4 years, and every 4 years the interest in NATO changes. Right? The interest in world involvement changes. So I don't know why anybody would have any faith in America, to be honest, militarily, aside from England, UK. Who are our other major allies aside from fucking Israel? South Korea, Taiwan. Are they major allies? Japan. Oh wait. Japan's only an ally because we bombed them into being an ally. By we, I mean America, not we as in me and somebody else. We bombed them from being a no-surrender country into hentai, whatever you fucking say. We got Germany, who, if I recall, I might be a bit foggy on the details, maybe, but if I recall, Germany kind of walked right through fucking everybody. In what was that, World War II, when the painter decided he wanted a place, they pretty much fucking took that place. Until America's people and what do you call it when you can build just whatever the fuck you want whenever you want? What is that? There's a word for it. Production? No, that's not the word. There's a word for it. You guys know what I mean. Fuck. We'll call it production capabilities. Once we started sending, tens, hundreds of thousands of American troops over, that was pretty much the only thing that got Germany to calm down. And then there was the fact that they went and reneged on their deal with Russia for a non-aggression pact. So they kind of got sandwiched between both sides. I mean, that was a thing. So here's the thing. Like it or not, all right? Like it or not, real talk, America, right, is the military power in the world. We are, by we, I mean American military, is the only reason that any European Union can exist. America is the only reason that NATO exists. America is the only power in military might, land mass, and personnel. Is the only reason that places like Russia and China have to think twice about taking over another country. I mean, let's be perfectly honest. Like it or not, now you're just talking shit? Alright. So, I'm sorry. You say you have the F-35? That'll be changed out soon. So, you have something better than the F-35? the words I was looking for was in my last comment. All right, hang on. Hang on. Military-industrial complex. Yeah, there you go. America has the ability to turn any factory into a military just production superpower overnight. I mean, let's be honest. Right? Uh, the Russians did that? Did what? Did what? Stop Germany? Because I mean, I know history is written by the victors. Um, but but America makes one thing, and we make one thing extremely well, and that is weapons of destruction. All right. Not only that, but the stuff that America sells to fucking everybody else, even our closest allies, is not what America has. All right. I mean, you can look it up. It's dumbed down versions. Which pretty much means America's got the military might that everybody leans on. I don't know. Like, America doesn't agree on a whole lot of stuff. Like, the people, we're pretty divided. Like, on a consistent basis, we're pretty divided. But Russians had the blood. How many soldiers did America lose on D-Day? Taking the Western Front. Which, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a military expert. But I'm pretty sure that if you've got a country here and you've got a massive military might coming in from this side and a massive military might coming in from this side, you are now going to have to divert your troops to both sides. Whereas if America didn't get involved, you'd have a tiny little European might coming in from this side with American military firepower, right? Because we sell fucking weapons to everybody. You have a tiny little bit over here, and the Russian manpower coming in from over here. Pretty sure that means that this guy in the middle has to divert military strength to both sides. I mean, like, what's up, Double A? How you doing, buddy? Total Allied death? Not in World War II. No way. No way. It was 4,000 Americans. Wasn't it like 100,000 troops lost on D-Day? Now, to be fair, Russia did just throw bodies at that wall. That's 100% what Russia did. In fact, the Battle of Stalingrad was probably one of the bloodiest battles of World War II. And that was over one city. Yeah, the Russian Empire or Federation on the back and Germany on the front. And they met right there in Stalingrad. I mean, they were really good at throwing bodies at that German wall. Let's be honest. I give credit to that. And wasn't Normandy a predominantly American fight? Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Normandy predominantly American? And there was some strategic fuck ups where we didn't get any tanks or artillery on the beach. Um, but the other beaches down the line were primarily European Unions and Canadians. Um, because there was some fuck up with the structure of the beach, uh, where they couldn't get the tanks from the ship to the beach, but they did blast the fuck out of it with battleships and men. Deadliest conflict in human history. Yep. Yeah. I mean, listen, the only reason America got involved with Germany is because of Japan. Japan was allied with Germany. Japan declared war on America, i.e., Pearl Harbor. Germany went, well, fuck. I guess we got to declare war on America now, too. And America has this awesome ability where we've got two oceans, one on each side. So we've got two navies, where this one took a heavy amount of damage. But this one did not. What's up, Mainly? How you doing? Boy, we have covered a full gamut of everything today. God damn. Now, Dino, I'm not trying to start an argument with you. I'm just saying that from my current perspective here, based on what I am currently aware of historical events, without Germany attacking Russia and breaking the non-aggression pact they had, and without Germany declaring war on America because of them being allied with Japan at the time, Denmark, England, Sweden, all of the other countries would be Axis powers? Yeah. Yeah. Not sure you'd be the same country that you are now. But, I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. Defense Production Act, right? Right? That's it. Where the president can go, hey, you are now making this. Congratulations. Fucking get to work. 100% neutral? Yeah. We all know that neutral doesn't matter. Alright? You can be neutral all you want. And Sweden would have definitely been difficult to attack based on their geographic location. But when you're surrounded by someone, you know, if I want to take you over, I'm going to take you over. Right? Does that make sense? Right? I mean, let's be honest. Neutral really doesn't... Yeah, it was Switzerland. Neutral really doesn't matter. Like, let's say for a moment, let's have a thought experiment. Russia decides to roll through Europe, who is no longer interested in American military support. Russia decides to roll through Europe. Just because Germany declares that they're neutral in the war doesn't mean that they would have been left alone. They very likely would have been occupied. Just because you're neutral doesn't mean shit. When you're surrounded by an army, your neutrality doesn't matter. Norway was easier to attack. Oop, shit. I almost blocked Michael. God damn it. Also, didn't Sweden just officially ally with NATO? Which means they lost all neutrality in any future conflicts. But you do have a strategically important piece of property. So whatever military is coming in from either side is gonna want it. I mean, let's be honest. You think I'll cook rice and gravy tomorrow? Hell yeah, Kizzy. You gonna put some beans on toast? Alright. Now, I'm fully aware that America got into World War II late. Because America was a very isolationist country at that point in time. But once Japan decided to bomb Pearl Harbor, America went fucking gloves off and just started fucking up everybody. Granted, at that point in time, we had subpar military equipment, right? We were still rocking World War I military equipment. But American military did a lot. Did a lot. Right? We can't argue that American military did a lot. And now, the American military has changed focus to being subpar to being the most advanced that it can possibly be. Like, let's be honest, everybody wants American equipment. What war did America win since World War II? You know, so Vietnam, Korea, they were proxy wars between communist states. And America had to travel overseas to deliver troops, equipment. So I'll give you that. I'll give you that. They were military losses on paper. But if you look at Vietnam, for example, once America decided we're fucking done messing around with the North Koreans, we pushed that front line all the way up to the river. What's on the other side of that river? China. You know what China didn't like? Was democracy. So China then 100% backed North Vietnamese. Or was that North Korea? Hang on, I might be wrong. One or the other. Either fucking way, it doesn't matter. Pushed them all the way up to the river. And then because America wasn't willing to get into a war with China directly, we ended up going strategic retreat, which is a loss. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But right up until then, America had the upper hand. Well, look at that. Denmark surrendered. Huh. Hey, Woodchucker, we built the American flag memorial box here. It's in glue up now. Ignore all the random bullshit on the clamps. Um, I had to make do. Now we're just been bullshitting for like the last 4 hours. Um, we have covered a gamut of stuff, Woodchucker. A gamut of stuff. We've gone from men and women in different workplace environments to lazy people in workplace environments. To now we're on to Denmark is no longer interested in America as a military backer. I do find it interesting, though, that a lot of the European Union nations, whatever, um, are now backing Germany to rearm. When part of the treaty is Germany no longer has a military. Yes, it is, Michael. Yes, it is. uh, let's not get into that Jewish discussion. How's the beer koozie doing? Hell yeah, I sell them. Not this one because it's a typo. But I sell ones like that. I also got tall can ones, tall skinny can ones, for bottles. They work for bottles. But yes, it is, Michael. It is built oversized for the memorial flag that is on the coffin when a soldier comes home. Which I did not know until this morning is 5 foot by 9.5 foot. Woodchucker, not a problem, buddy. Not a problem. I've got some disposable dollars. I like to spread it out amongst you you other crafters. Huge operation to get them to Sweden. So did anybody notice? I don't want to get in the Jews, non-Jews discussion, but did anybody notice that all of the death camps stuff came from the Russian side of the Germany invasion? Right? I couldn't find one report of the American side. Now, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I wasn't looking for the right info. Couldn't find one report from the American side, nor one personal interview that said anything otherwise. No worries, Woodchucker. No worries. I know the conversation is a little bit. We're treading that fine line here. All right, Rumple, have a good one, buddy. You got poked in the snout by a bee, now you look like a Grinch? New subject? Yeah. The America's Liberated Buchenwald? Was that one of the camps, or was that just something else that were? Yeah, I agree, Woodchucker. I agree. Nothing good comes out of the conversation because people are unwilling to have a conversation about it. People get very defensive. People get very defensive on different topics. Buchenwald? Alright, I'm going to have to look that one up. You know, the main ones are the ones that are generally populating a search result. Some collaboration with the Germans. I mean, didn't somebody just say that Denmark surrendered about 9 hours into the fight? So I would imagine there'd be some cooperation with the Germans. All right, guys, listen. I don't want to turn into one of those channels. All right, I do enjoy a good back and forth, because I know the way that history is written here in America is different than the way it's written in Germany, in England, in Russia, in Japan, right? I know that. And I also know that history is written by the victors. So don't take any of this as like a hatred towards one another. That this is just debate. Just debate. Okay? I hate everybody the same. Okay? We're just debating. But that being said, we should probably change the topic before YouTube decides that an anti-Semite or something. I mean, was it Finland? The White Ghost? Yes, they ultimately lost, but they put up a hell of a fight. Yeah, the only topics people say you shouldn't talk about are the ones that are worth talking about. Now, I'm not trying to argue that, you know, one thing or another didn't happen. All right? I want to make that perfectly clear. I don't know. I wasn't there. Okay? I know none of you guys were there. Forgot your copy outside. It's still hot, right? The White Ghost, amazing sniper, right? I believe it was the Fat Electrician. He did an entire video on the White Ghost, and I had no idea. Now, I'm assuming that he puts real effort into researching his topics, right? I'm assuming that. I might be completely wrong, but I'm assuming that he puts real effort into it, and only reports on the things that he can point to, articles or research or facts or something that stands behind him. But he did a whole video on the White Ghost, and I had no idea that the White Ghost went through what he did and still just managed to utterly destroy anyone who came against him. Off topic, but I was at a party yesterday, and you guys, some interesting party topics. Talking about cloud seeding, everyone thought I was crazy. They didn't know what that was. I thought it was weird. Nobody knew about it. Am I crazy? I mean, maybe a little bit, but the American government has admitted to cloud seeding projects. So most major powers have admitted to cloud seeding projects. So It can't be that far from the truth, right? There's a sliver of truth in everything. All right. It might not all be true, but a little bit of it is pretty sure to be true. Right, Alan? That's it. 100%. If you don't like my flag, you don't like the men and women who stand up for this flag, for whoever it is, then fuck off. Don't really care. Remember that, though, if you're requesting American assistance. Guy would lay in the snow for 8 to 12 hours and his target. Yeah. Yep. I believe that's one of the things that the fat electrician said about it was, or about him. Was he? I don't know why my stand just wiggled, but said that he was a phenomenal sharpshooter, and he would go out just him, or later on just him and one other person, and it's an amazing story. I definitely recommend people look into him. I mean, if you like military info and history, look into the White Death. The fuck was he the Finnish sharpshooter, the Finnish sniper? Was he Finnish? I can't remember. I think he was Finnish. Good Lord, he would look into his history. Look into his story. It's fucking amazing. 100% one of the, or should be, one of the most well-known heroes of World War II. 100%. 100% should be one of the most well-known heroes of any war, to be honest. I mean, the dude got straight fucked up and right back onto the front lines. Not just the front lines, but he was behind enemy lines. Just doing his thing. Coronal mass ejection. Yeah, Kizzy. I think, what was it, the Carrington event? Back when we had the tappity tap tap. The fuck was that? You had telegraph lines. If something like that were to happen now, oh man, the entire world, not just America, but the entire world would probably be straight fucked. Just rip the new one. What am I making? I made a memorial flag box here. It's in glue up at the moment. And now we're just shooting the breeze, talking about whatever the fuck we want to talk about. We has had a deadliest sniper. Yeah, we rely on satellites and internet far too much. And our electric grid, I'm not sure it's just America, but probably fairly worldwide, is not shielded properly. Like something like the Carrington event would drop everybody just right now. Gone. No more internet. 99% of the power would be knocked out on whatever side of the earth was facing the sun at that moment. It might even be worldwide, but I believe it's whatever side is facing the sun at that time. Matthew, we'd be all knocked back too in the Amish. Like, do you know how long it takes them to replace a power pole or like a transformer at a power station that pops? Like, it takes a long time. We don't have. Speaking for American power companies, there is no real supply to replace that stuff. You're talking like years until that stuff can get made and then installed and get power back online. It goes worldwide? Okay. Alright. I wasn't aware if it went just whatever side was facing the solar flare or if it did go worldwide. Oh, I'm sure they have EMP bombs. A nuke is an EMP bomb. I mean, let's be honest. Yep, that's it, Dino. I mean, logically, yeah, you'd lose the internet, you'd lose cell service, you'd lose power. But if you can cook and you can heat your home, you can survive. Vive la France. Hey, Napoleon. How you doing, buddy? All right, I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm back. I want you guys to know that I almost didn't come back because Pluto, the neighbor's dog, is out. And he likes to come under the fence and pet me. Or have me pet him, rather. Not pet me. Not had any outfit changes today, Steph? Holy shit. Just one outfit today. No fucking way. Christ, Alan, when we went out to Indianapolis, Alan seen you change 4 times. He only seen you for like 20 minutes. So doesn't a nuke give off an EMP by default? Or am I mistaken in that? Reflecting and causing a burn mark on the porch. Oh no. Oh no. All right, Napoleon, have a good one, buddy. We'll see you later. Now, I'm assuming that an EMP from a nuke would be less destructive than the nuke itself, but I don't know. I'm not that familiar with nukes, and I know that, you know, if one country uses a nuke, all other countries in the world are just immediately going to go to war. So, it's probably not ideal. All explosions have a certain degree of EMP. You know what? That would make sense, Rumple. That would make sense. It was just a shadow. Just a shadow from the nuke or the solar light? Right calibration is needed to get max EMP output. Alright, so a nuke going off, say 10 miles above a city, the EMP is a side effect of said nuke. It's not the main destructive event, which would be the nuclear blast. Yep. All right. So, I would imagine then that because nukes are universally hated, right? Nobody wants to see another country use a nuke. It's the most destructive weapon that America possesses, or the world possesses, right? It's not just America anymore. Nobody wants to see another country use a nuke. So then I imagine that somebody would eventually figure out how to make a EMP without the mushroom cloud. Right? That would make sense. Because, I mean, you knock out all of the electronics in a given area, and I mean, that pretty much puts a hurting on everybody and everything in that given area. Yeah. It's just huge. Bigger than Fat Boy? I can see it. I mean, I've seen, like, I know it's TV, and you know, shit doesn't really matter on TV. But I've seen like EMP generators where they look like kind of like an oversized industrial motor, and they just spool up and then poof, use the EMP pulse goes out. Mutually assured destruction. Yeah. Yeah, we definitely don't want to be using nukes. That's probably why aliens don't come visit us. All right, let's be honest. They don't like us because we haven't figured out how to play nice with the nukes. Aliens are real. You heard it here first. Elegant woodcraft. MTG space lasers. What about them telephones from space? Them telephone poles launching down from space. All right. Them. What the hell did they make them out of? Tungsten. Them tungsten telephone poles just launching out of satellites at different places on Earth. I mean, fuck, it doesn't have to be a nuke to cause massive damage. What the hell is the word for it? That when an object is falling as fast as it can possibly go, there's a word for that. I can't remember it. Put a Faraday cage on all your tools. I'm gonna put a Faraday cage on my shop. That's it. Doing it. Terminal velocity. There you go. An object reaches as fast as it can possibly go. And if it's heavy enough, that object, when it impacts, it can cause a nuke-like level of destruction without the radioactive fallout. I mean, let's be... Like, Dino, I hope you didn't take anything in here personally. All right, I didn't. I don't know about anybody else, but I didn't. I took it as a discussion between people from different countries, right? Different locations. And you know what? I don't know which side is right, but I got the flag hanging up over here, so I'm gonna lean towards this side. All right, perfect. I'm glad. But let's be honest, we don't need nukes to cause worldwide destruction. All we need is a thing launched from a satellite that's heavy enough that when it impacts, causes massive destruction. What was there was a whole project about the telephone pole thing. Oh, it was a whole thing. I remember hearing about it. It was it a U.S. military project that never came to fruition? It was interesting. Hell yeah, Rumple. Oh man, it was a thing. Project something or other. I can't remember. I'm not sure it ever came to fruition, but you know, nobody really knows what the government's doing. I mean, there could be 80,000 of them up there somewhere, just ready to launch telephone poles at the ground. But something as simple as that can cause mutually assured destruction. Turn off traffic lights, right? Right? You turn off traffic lights and the city turns into absolute chaos like that. I mean, good lord. Yeah, it's rough, Kizzy. Oh crap! Like people suddenly forget that a traffic light turns into a stop sign. You stop, go, stop, go. Like just, I don't know. I don't know. It's it's chaos. That's exactly what it is. And if something like traffic lights going out can cause chaos, imagine what the power grid going down can do for an extended period of time, like i.e. an EMP, right? You're going to cause a whole lot of chaos. Like, let's assume the EMP doesn't affect vehicles, right? There's going to be a lot of chaos there for no fucking reason other than people are freaking out and panicking trying to get to, I don't know, the store to swipe their debit card that doesn't fucking work anymore. Yep. Everybody, so here's how I look at, the world wars. Every war that America has been involved in is it's never been a solely American effort. It's been a group effort. Um, Either a group victory or a group loss. It, while I'm American and I like to think that America is untouchable, right? We've got an ocean between us on all sides, except for, well, we got an ocean between us on the east and the west. The odds of getting attacked like that are pretty slim. The odds of getting attacked from the north, let's be honest, pretty fucking slim. Getting attacked from the south, pretty slim, right? But if you're somewhere like Germany, France, Italy, Sweden, Denmark, anything like that, the people that you got disagreements with are right next door to you, right? So, Alan, I think what's happening there is chat is cutting off the first letter of his name for some reason. It happens to me a lot. I got to go to someone's channel to look at their name. But is woodworking in your shop your main source of income, or do you have other work? This is side income. It's a side business. I am a mechanic by trade. That's what pays my bills. At this point, it supports the shop, and it supports my desire to be. It supports my desire to donate to local events. But no, this is not my main source of income. What am I making? Today we made a memorial flag box, right? Or we made half of it. We still have to make the lid. We've got to line it. We've got to do all the sanding and all that happy stuff. For those of you who are not aware, a memorial flag is different than a flag that size. A flag that size is 3 foot wide by 5 feet long. A memorial flag is 5 feet wide by 9.5 feet long. Which means when you fold it up, it's larger. You have to build a bigger box for it. I did not know that until this morning. So I've built 3 or 4 of these in my career. And I built them smaller than this. So I feel like people were stuffing a flag into a box for um, for no reason. Like they shouldn't have been doing that. Only Dan's? Yeah. Yeah, Only Dan's is my third income. We're not allied with Russia though. They have some of the best heavy metal and they know how to survive in extreme cold. Yeah. For when the aliens arrive. I mean, I mean, let's be honest. Every time somebody has invaded Russia from Napoleon on, winter is set in, and it's caused an issue for the invading force. Um, I mean, give credit where it's due. Them fucking vodka boys can fight in the snow. OnlyFans dad? I have not. I have not. Hey JM, how you doing, buddy? I'm gonna make a third YouTube account called Only Dan's. We're gonna see how it goes. Also, Makers Murphy, are you still here? If you're still here, how many subscribers do you got now? I can't really check, but 20 feet by 38 feet? Oh lord. You know, I could probably extrapolate what it would be based on the size of a 3 by 5 versus a 5 by 9.5, and then extrapolate out. That fucking thing, that would be huge. That would be massive. You have great relations with the Russians? Hell yeah, Rumple. Hell yeah. That's a bedspread. That's a bedspread for the box. Hey, look, Lego. We're not doing that bullshit, alright? Hey, Plywood, how you doing, buddy? Your name's Danny. Alright, Dino. Danny. I'm Dan. From Elegant Wood Grill. Boom. Boom. Oh, look at that. I got the OG logo and the new logo going on in the same fucking shirt. Son of a biscuit. Baker says 52 subs? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. So he can go live now. Awesome. Awesome. Well, that's what the pinned comment was about. Getting him to that crossover so he can. I feel like once you hit 50 subscribers or a few more, because you know some people leave, right? You get a little bit of attrition in there. Once you hit 50 subscribers, you should be well on your way to carrying your channel on. And I really hope that everybody that I push towards that 50 sub mark can surpass my channel really fast. Like, I absolutely hope that's what happens. Hoist it every morning, take it down at the end of every day. Nice. Nice. There's a flag in town at some random business. I don't know what the business is. But it's a giant flagpole. Massive flag. Holy cow, it's massive. It's right next to the highway. You can see it for miles. Alright. I don't know how big it is, but I want one in my backyard. I want to hoist that flag up, shine a spotlight on that thing, or two, right? So I can get both sides of it. Shine a spotlight on that thing 24/7. Well, hang on. That electric bill will be pretty expensive. Let's go. Let's shine a spotlight on it during the dark time. Right? Just right in my backyard. That flag has got to be bigger than my house. It's huge. Massive. In fact, it might be one of the garrison flags that you're talking about, because that thing is huge. Holy cow, it's huge. Now, I could never ensure that while I'm hoisting it, it's not going to touch the ground. I'd have to get 5 or 6 different people to come with me. Yep, it's supposed to be lit at nighttime. 100%. 100%. In fact, I just seen that. I was looking at, so y'all know I want to have this flag and the proper flag, right? That I got from AA. I'm going to put it on my wall here. And I'm thinking that on this wall, I'm going to have an outlet with a nightlight that shines out. Because that counts as illumination, right? If it shines out and across and lights up the flag, it counts. It counts. Not because anybody's going to see this at night, right? Once I turn the lights off, nobody's out here. But because I know the flag's here, I feel like I need to have a little bit of illumination over it. Let us know when you make first contact. It'll probably be with an airplane. You know, I got to look into what the laws are, because we got airports around here, and I don't know how bright my spotlights are allowed to be before you start messing with airplanes. Hell yeah, makers. Hell yeah. I never served, but my family has a history of serving between the Army and the Navy, and I've got nothing but respect for the men and women who serve. Nothing but respect. And I'm damn proud of my country. Alright? Every 4 years we go through a cycle of, you know, ups and downs, but it's my country. A Gaston flag or a prayer to heaven flag? Huh. 70 feet by 140 feet. Son of a bitch. Can you imagine the pole you need to hang that thing? Holy cow. Well, I mean, it's got to be, what, 140 feet tall, because otherwise it'll touch the ground when there's no wind. Imagine the wind you need to get that thing flowing. Yes. Yes. Also, Murphy, thank you for your service. Sergeant Grass, Michael, all you guys, thank you for your service. 100% appreciate it. I wish there was more that I could do for the veterans. But there's only so much that I can do other than give you my undying appreciation. The pole's 400 feet tall. Oh yeah, I'd need a light. I need a blinky light on the top of that thing. And then if the blinky light ever went out, I'd have to just cut the pole down and put up a new one, because I sure as hell ain't climbing it. Put a new light up. But yes, Dino, I seen your comment about if the flag's flying at night, it must be illuminated from all 4 sides. The U.S. flag code is similar. It just says it must be illuminated. So I'm imagining that no matter which direction it's flying, you've got to have light on it. And that would satisfy the U.S. flag code. So I think 2 spotlights shining up on it would be enough. That's the reason I don't have a flag flying in front of my house right now. I've got it. It's in the house. It's ready to be mounted to the wall. But I've got to put up some sort of a light to illuminate it. Because I see a lot of people around here. They don't have any lights on. And they got a flag hanging in front of their house. And it irks me. It irks me a lot that it's not illuminated. But, you know, there's that. There's a little bit of give and take there, right? They're flying American flags, so. Air Force training base that's nearby, close to an airport. When I say close to an airport, we've got several small airports around, like private airports, you know, rich folks. And then we've got I think the closest international regional airport would be Erie, which is far enough away that if a plane was below 400 feet over my house, there'd be a bigger issue than it trying to get to that airport. The solar light halfway up the pole. 400 feet up, I'd be above the trees. I'd be above all the trees around here. You'd see that damn thing for miles. I wonder if I have to get a permit for that. I'm going to look into it. If I don't need a permit, oh fuck, even if I need a permit for it, I want a giant flag. Whatever the biggest flag is in this area, which I think is that one building in Erie. I want that thing right in the middle of my yard. What's up, Viking? How you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming in, man. I appreciate it. Look. We made a memorial flag case, or at least we're making a memorial flag case. That's what we got going on today. And then for the last, 12 hours, we've just been shooting the breeze and talking about just fucking everything. I can't monetize this video because the shit we were talking about, but hey Ogre, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate you guys. He's lying, I made that. Listen, Kizzy. Listen. Alright. That's fair. Yeah, I heard about Randy. I did. I'm gonna break my rule about donating to OnlyFans, or not OnlyFans. I'm sorry. Fuck. I'm gonna break my rule about donating to holy crap. Oh, I can't remember the name of it. GoFundMes, yes. Normally, I will not donate to GoFundMes that are not set up by the person that is getting the money. Alright? It's nothing against anybody else. I think there's a lot of greedy people out there, opportunistic people out there, and I don't want to get caught up in that mess. But I hear that you are going to look into starting a GoFundMe for Randy. Alright? If that's true, I want you to email me the link. Alright? Elegant Woodcraft 20... What's my email? 2024 at gmail.com. Alright? If you email me the link, I will donate for it. Now, that being said, that is the kind of thing that I would turn on super chats and things for on my channel. Everything made out of that would go towards donations for Randy's family. Alright? No, it's not Randy Rhino. It's a different Randy. Hey, thanks, Random. I appreciate that, buddy. Thank you. I am, and 100% of it will go to Michelle and Cody. Giving her a couple days to process, and she asked me to help her do it. All right. All right, Makers Murphy. I'm sorry. I'm gonna swap out that pinned comment. I'm gonna change it to Bearded Viking. Um, Alan, thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. Uh, Kartik, how you doing? I'm doing good. How are you? Viking, Daniel. Once you have it set up, I will turn on super chats for a week for my channel, and every dollar that comes in on super chats and memberships and all of it, I will send you that money, right? 1 week. This is the kind of thing that I would turn on. I would turn on super chats for. These are the things that are important to me. If you guys could, could you post Randy's at so that people can pop in? Yeah, I know YouTube takes 30%. I'll also post my Cash App, and anything given that way will go to the GoFundMe, and I will cover the 30%. I'm not worried about that. All right. In fact, I may match it dollar for dollar. Depends on how much it is, all right, because I do have a budget. I do have a budget. But I may match it dollar for dollar to go to that. AJ, stop being stupid. I'll match it with you, budget permitting. All right. Good deal, Viking. Randy who? All right. Viking, could you post his at for us? It's a different Alan, or a different Randy. It's a different Randy. A lot of you guys know the Turner Fishing Randy. It's a whole different Randy. I promise you, Turner Fishing Randy is fine. I promise. It's a woodworking Randy. And once the GoFundMe is set up, it'll be in my channel description. It'll be in my title. It'll be in my pinned comment. Right. We'll make sure that for 7 days, it's there. That's the kind of stuff that matters to me. All right. Supporting other channels when they need it. Oh, here, Viking. You know what? Let me do that. Now you can post the link. I'm gonna take you off moderator later on. I don't want you to feel obligated to be here, but now you can post the link. Thank you. All right, we're going to replace the pinned message with that. All right. That's his channel. That gentleman passed away, and he left behind a wife and child. All right. I told you all before, when I got monetized, I would only turn on monetization for very specific reasons, and this is one of the reasons. All right, I'm not turning it on now. All right, no, Viking, you're good, bud. I'm not turning it on now, but once Daniel has the link set up, I will post it for him. All right. I'm not posting it for anybody else. I trust Viking. I trust he's not gonna, be one of those people trying to make a buck. All right. But I won't post it for anybody else. That's not anything against anybody. I just I don't have a lot of faith in humanity. All right. And I'm fairly sure a lot of you guys don't have a lot of faith in humanity either. But do me a favor, go to that link right there and give it a follow. I know it probably won't do a whole lot right now, but it's a little show of appreciation. He is a great woodworker. He left behind a family to support. This is what I'm behind. All right. Now, that being said, we were talking about aliens, right? Aliens? I think we were talking about aliens. Like, aliens don't come visit us because we don't know how to get along. This guy looks inbred. Orca? You know what? I might be, but it's second or third generation inbred. And you look like the product of your mom and your brother. Did you read the message about me package? Hang on. Now would be a great time for them to come invade, right? Right, Viking? 100%. Hang on. You look at your channel activity. Got stuck in Texas? Oh, yeah. I do have the second round of packages to send out. They're on my dining table. I just got to get them up to the post office to get them delivered. I'm pretty sure that all three of those packages, or four, whatever it is, are stuck in that blue box down there. And so I put a piece of cardboard in so that the magnets don't stick to nothing, and I don't know what else to do at that point, but I'm going to deliver them directly to the post office so that it gets sent out right away. But I'm pretty sure they're stuck in that blue box down the street here. Like, is your logo one of them? No, I haven't made your logo yet. I do have to get back on that. Okay, so here's when I'm going to make your logo, Michael. I have to set up a sheet good on the floor here. And I have to cut out like 25 big-ass keys for a local realtor. And then I'm going to play with your logo some more. All right? Like, so your logo is saved into my Lightburn with the settings that I was currently using on it. I run four or five different versions of it. But I'm not happy with it yet. So once I get the keys done, we'll go back to your logo. I've got 3 other things to do from a giveaway that I did like 8 months ago. I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm 100% sorry. I'm awful at this. Please forgive me. In the future, when I do a giveaway, It'll be something that I have in my hand right now. You guys can watch me shove it into a bag or box, and I will carry you up to the post office to deliver it. All right? That's the only way that I know of that I can make it up to you. I'm just giving me crap. Yeah, I know, but I also know that there is a lot of stuff that I'm behind on for the giveaways that I should have been on top of. All right, I get that. I get that. Do that with your koozie. I have the second version of your koozie and the board butter in the house in an envelope. I just haven't clicked the print yet, and taken it up to the post office. All right, Viking. I appreciate you, buddy. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for sharing Randy's link. Let us know when you create the GoFundMe. All right? Shoot me an email, something. Of course it's camo, Randy. Or random. Of course it's camo. Package delivery would be free. Right? They could just beam it up and beam it back down. Guys, I know a lot of you don't know Randy, okay? And that's fine. If you can't donate to it, that's fine. Okay? I don't want anybody to think they have to donate to things that I turn on monetization for. All right? Don't ever think that. If you have it and you can, I would appreciate it, and I'm sure his family would. But if you don't and you can't, don't feel obligated. All right? "100% a couple of American Dad Roger as an Area 51. Could have given you a misprint koozie. No, I can't. No, I can't. Although I could have given you any one of those that's on the freezer door, because those have the proper address on them, or email address. Like, this one doesn't have 2024 at the end. I don't know what this email address goes to, but I've sent them like 30 emails, and they won't sell me that email address. So, where is the bassinet? At Alan's house. No, I'm sorry. It's not at Alan's house. It's at Alan's daughter's house. Is this Woodworks? Yep. We do woodworking. We do this. This is what we do. It's misprinted and backwards. Like, I have sent this email address. I swear, it had to be 20 emails. I'm sure they have me flagged as spam now. But I've never once got a reply from them. Because I wanted to buy that email address. I really did. As soon as it came misprinted, I hopped on, tried to make the email address, found out it was already owned, started sending them emails. Not okay with it. They were 100% not behind it. What I imagine is there is another Elegant Woodcraft in South Africa. Okay. They have elegantwoodcraft.com, which hurts me deeply. They don't do any woodworking. They do like kitchen counters and shit, which fucking annoys me. But I'm pretty sure that is their email address. You can't call them. Listen. With what's going on in South Africa right now, I probably could. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back, guys. And I'm back. Alright, stop talking about me. I'm here. Alright? Don't be mean. An unopened beer. Catfish tournaments. All right, Rumple. Have a good night, buddy. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. We'll see you next time, man. Get some sleep, man. Get some sleep. Yeah, we did the delivery video. It was what, about, I don't know, 20 minutes long? 20 minutes, I think. Is the delivery video. And I tagged your, I gotta go in and edit that video name because I tagged you wrong. I put a G on the end of your name at AA Fishing. And I gotta delete that G so people can, so it'll be an actual link to your name. Max's Jeep is fixed? Hell yeah. Damn, you still talking? Hell yeah, Ricker. That's what I do, bro. I haven't seen a live from Max. I know she goes live every day. I know she goes live every day. And I haven't seen a live from her in like 3 weeks. So, I really got to go through my subscribers or my subscriptions and click that notification deal. Make sure everything is on the notifications. Yeah, I didn't see anything random. I seen you say, finally, we make cocaine here, good. And where's the bassinet? Also, I want y'all to know that I dropped my chew pouch. Not having the bassinet here it hurts me. It hurts me deeply. She went out today and went muddy? Hell yeah! Double A was like a lot of letters. I mean, coincidentally, AA and double A is the same thing. Yeah. I'm sure make a mini display model. I don't know if I could. Fuck. Make like a dollhouse version of it. I really don't know if I could. That'd be something to be that's something that I should probably try to make a mini version just so I can keep it here. I'll take really close-up pictures of it so it looks full-sized. What did Alan say? It's being well used in love? Hell yeah, Alan. That that is all that matters. Two 24 packs and a 28 pack on your trip? Hell yeah, random. 3 wine bottles, a brandy, and a whiskey. God dang. This is a boy after my own heart. 1/8 scale. You know, I don't know if I could make a dollhouse version of it. Like to fit like a Barbie doll. Taking a boost break. Slacker. I wonder if I could make a. All right, you know what? We might try after this is done and the memory box is done. We might try a mini version of the bassinet, like a Barbie sized. Because I don't know any doll babies that are like smaller than a Barbie. Like I'm a guy, so I don't play with Barbies. So a Barbie is 1/6 scale. All right, well, I got like 90 hours of build videos for building the full size one. Also, so here's the thing. I don't know, like, I'm limited on how small I can go by the tools I have available, right? So the hearts, right? The hearts, that's a shitty heart. The heart is going to be make one for the life-size Barbie dolls. With Barbie's side guy be G.I. Joe, right? 100% I did. Teddy bear bed sounds more manly. Alright. Like one's for Steph's daughter for her baby doll. Steph's granddaughter. And I feel like that would be the same size. So obviously I couldn't make it the same. It'd have to be different. Because I will only ever make one of that exact same bassinet. Everything after that will be different. It might be the same dimensions, but the combination will be different. The cutouts will be different. Everything will be different. Guys, if you are new here and haven't checked out the linked comment, the pinned comment, whatever that is at the bottom of the screen down there, go to that web or that YouTube page. Okay, subscribe, check them out. It's going to mean a lot to a lot of people. All right, so please do that, please. Yeah, that's the other thing. I don't know that I could make a hanging bassinet for anything but for anything smaller than a Barbie doll size. Like, what's a Barbie? Like a foot tall? Like that's about a Barbie height, right? So that'd be like 3/8 inch dowel rods for the hanger bit, and I'd have to dig through my scrap bin to get the black walnut, the oak, or the white maple, curly cherry. Thank you, Sacred. I appreciate that. 11 to 16 inches. Huh. Hey, Lyle, how you doing, buddy? 6 inches. A regular baby doll is anywhere between a foot to 2 feet. Not the one in the wheelchair. Steph, I showed you the pictures while we were at the cave. Before we walked into the cave, I showed you the pictures of baby Charlotte in that bassinet, right? She's got lots of room to grow in there. Listen, Steph is the Barbie connoisseur, all right? If she says a Barbie is 9 inches long, that's how tall, that's how long a Barbie is. She also has the granddaughter that plays with Barbies. And she may or may not have a collection of Barbie dolls in her closet. But it would have to be a certain size in order for me to be able to recreate the detail. Alright. Karambit knife? No, I can't. Do I look like a blacksmith? Do you see blacksmith equipment in here at all? Oh, shit. Got myself stuck on stuff. No. I can't do any iron work, any steel work. Now, the Runic Workshop, he might be interested in making one for you. Go check out his channel at the Runic Workshop. Alright? He might be interested once he fires up his forge. Okay? But it's hot as balls over there. So he might not be willing to fire his forge up yet. No word work either. Fuck you, Ted. That's what this is. This is woodwork, Ted. Do you not see the wood and the work, Ted? Wood and worked. It doesn't just grow like this, Ted. It doesn't just pop off the tree looking like this, Ted. Also, Ted, look at my last series of videos, particularly the bassinet delivery video, and you will see wood and work at the same time. I'm sorry, Ted. I couldn't help it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know what a wood kanai is. So, probably not. I mean, I can. I never say I can't. I just can't yet. Okay? Thunder, buddy? Is it thunder in there, Kizzy? A wood knife? I probably could make a wood knife. I wonder what woods I have available that would make a good knife. What do you guys think? Maple? Maple's pretty hard. Hickory? Hickory would make a good blade, right? I mean, you'd probably get a lot of splinters. It'd probably chew the blade up pretty good. Maple is a very fine grain wood. It'd probably make a sharp blade for longer. Cypress? I don't have any cypress, bud. Oh, he's a thunder buddy? Oh, okay. Maple? Yeah, I think maple would make a good blade. It's fine grain, it's hard, and it doesn't splinter very well. Hickory is extremely hard, but it splinters quickly. So probably not a good choice for a blade. Poplar is too soft. Oaks are too open grain. They would splinter. Poplar is too soft. I think I said that already. I could make a maple knife. Bamboo. I don't have any bamboo, Ted. I don't have any cypress or bamboo. Alright. EFF hickory. F hickory. Hickory is a bitch to work with. All right. So hickory is this wood right here. That is the like kind of surround for Grandpa's shotgun. Um, it is super, super brittle. You'll send me some? All right, Ted. Shoot me an email. Come on, buddy. Chop, chop. I got a buddy from down in Arkansas? I think he is. I think he's down in Arkansas. I might be wrong. He's one of those southern states. Um, he's got some cypress. He's talking about sending me. You're in South Carolina? Hell yeah. That's cypress country, right? Also, I know a guy in South Carolina. Really good guy. Actually, I know a couple of really good guys in South Carolina. You know Turner Fishing? Crappy Man Jigs? South Carolina. How about 351 Cleveland? South Carolina. He's a good guy. He's a good old boy. I like my blades and saws here. Hickory rainbow flavor, right? Hickory beats up some blades. Oh, Lord. Quite American mean? I don't know. I think it's the beard. I think the beard means American. And the flag. The flag might mean American. Or possibly it's this entire image with the beard, Grandpa's shoddy, and the American Eagle flag carving up here by Amy Jo. Or it could be the Second Amendment flag, because let's be honest, America, Second Amendment is one of the most important amendments. So, all them other countries get rid of that real quick. I'm sitting on my air hose. Also, I do have to pull my blade out of the table saw. I don't think it's dull. I think what is going on is it's got a lot of pitch buildup. Make the wood knife on stream. All right, German. All right. I'll do it. It'll be after the flag is done, the flag case, and the memory box is done. We'll make a maple knife on stream. That can't be against YouTube terms of service, right? No, come on, random. I'll send you one made out of fucking red oak or hickory, super splintery. You'll get all the splinters, bro. All the splinters. God, we have been bullshitting for like 6 hours now. I've only been live for 4.5, but we've been bullshitting for like 6 hours. Just hanging out. I've said it multiple times. I'll say it again. This is my favorite part of YouTube, right? This bit. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. Shooting the breeze. We got 138 likes on my screen, right here. That's awesome. I appreciate that. I don't know what our max was, but we're going to call this a record breaker because why not? Who's to tell us it's not a record breaker? You got to get some shit done. Ah, fuck, German. All right, bro. All right. Have a good one. Appreciate you hanging out. dropping a like. I assume you dropped a like and a sub. Y'all know I don't ask for subs, like, ever. But, I mean, come on now. We got the black shirt, the black hat, the beard, the case. I mean, something's got to be worth a subscribe. Get some shit done since he's... No! Come on, Robert. Can't be all fucking that obvious, okay? And I built this thing. Built this thing in like 45 minutes. Right? That's about how long it took. 45 minutes? Half hour? An hour? I don't know. I know. This didn't take that long to build. Now, bright side is we got to build a case or a lid for it yet. So we got at least another day in there. But I've got to get the glass shipped in. At least 2 pieces of glass so that I can cut it in half. I say 2 pieces because if I break the first one, I don't want to be able to. I want to be able to make another one. So 2 pieces. I broke what on Matthew's knife case. I broke what 2 or 3 pieces of glass on that one. And I think the one that's in it now has a broken corner, but it's buried. It's buried inside the wood, so nobody cares. Sacred German, welcome back, buddy. I appreciate you. I do. I need to put my angle gauge back in the bag that it came in, or I'll lose it, because y'all know how I am. So next weekend, next Saturday, Sunday, whenever I decide to go live, I don't know yet, we'll be building my proper assembly table, okay, which will then go against that wall. And then we can do things that require a proper assembly table instead of this little chunk of countertop. I don't know what things, but excuse me, goodness. The hiccups. Oh God. Sorry guys. I like juked out of the YouTube thing for a minute. I apologize. You go let your phone charge so you can work on a video. Hell yeah, Ricker. Hell yeah. Love you too, buddy. Thanks for hanging out with me, man. I appreciate it. I really do. Cheers. I'm 80% sure this is cured, dried, ready to go. But I don't know if I wanna test it. Look at all those clamps on there. There's a lot of clamps and random boards and handles. Oh yeah, go sub the Ricker Creations. Check him out. All right. He does a lot of his Bobby videos, let's be honest, his Bobby videos are pretty fucking funny. All right, check him out. You'll enjoy it. All right, guys, I've got to finish this beer, and then I'm gonna go sit on my back porch and have a good night. So, what's up? How are we doing this weekend? Is everybody having a good weekend? I know y'all got to go back to work tomorrow. I know it sucks, but it's Monday. We got to do it. I don't have to do it. I'm taking the day off tomorrow because I just don't fucking want to. But nah, man, it's hot. You're 12? All right, German? All right. Ask your mom if it's okay if you watch my channel. All right. I use profanity a lot. Probably a lot more than YouTube is okay with, but fuck it. We're all adults here, except for you. Drink responsibly. Don't ever touch power tools. And there's another one. Keep your phone away from your face because you'll get like radiation poisoning or something. I said power tools already. Good, Walter! Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. Coming over day drinking in the pool? I might, Steph. I might come over and day drink in the pool. I'm going to have to bring like a case of beer, though, because you only got like a 5-pack or 4-pack left over there. That's barely a start to day drinking. Like, damn. I'll have to bring some vodka. Maybe some whiskey. Something. What's the temp of your pool, Steph? Eat your leftovers? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Good night, good Walter. How you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. What if you sub to me? Well, MM2, if you sub to me, you get to watch me fuck up every woodworking project that I make and then try to fix it and make it better. That's what you get if you sub to me. I think that is worth a sub. I might be wrong, but I think it's worth it. You also get this. Like, usually this is after 8. Okay, but today it was a lot earlier. Yeah, you can watch me? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, German. Hell yeah. Let me go check. It was 78, 79 the other day before the hot days. Oh. Well, I can't, like, float beer or whiskey in a 79-degree pool. That'd be terrible. Somebody's going to have to run to the fridge and get me a refill. All right. You live in America? Fuck yeah. America! Fuck yeah! So, if y'all don't know, I put out... Have a good one, MM2. I appreciate you popping in, buddy. I put out an email to the people who own the rights to the America Fuck Yeah song. Alright? So, what I want to do is I want to use that, like, chorus as my intro. Okay? I think that would be really awesome. But I don't want to get YouTube hammered. Alright? So I'm thinking, if I have permission from them to use it, even if I have to pay for it, I don't really care. The America Fuck Yeah bit. As long as I keep the fuck yeah out of the first, like, 8 seconds, okay, I should be good. And that be my intro to all my videos. What do y'all think? I mean, I think it fits because I'm 100% behind America, and I mean, come on, like everything that I have screams America, like even down to my sleeves on my shirts. Like, I'm really hoping. I'm really, really hoping that I can get them to agree to let me use their chorus. Just a part of it. Just a small part of it. I'll link their fucking song, whatever they want me to do. And if I can figure out a way to get everybody who tunes in on the live streams to see that kind of intro, I'm 100% behind it. But every video I make, if I get approval, every video I make will have that as the intro right off the beginning. With like that picture. Something like that, right? What's up, Gemini? How you doing, buddy? Mixed with Freebird. Right? I agree, German. I agree. I agree. Although getting Freebird approval would probably be a lot harder than getting the America Fuck Yeah approval. But I'm willing to put in the effort. All right. If I gotta fly to, I don't know, wherever the fuck the place is that has the shit and camp out in their front driveway or sidewalk or whatever it is, I'll do it. How about me? I'm not trying to stay cool. I mean, I got a couple of fans going. Cools me down pretty good. I got beer. Well cooled. Tomorrow during the workday, I'm going to be struggling to stay cool because the humidity level is supposed to be like 95%, which is just, it's going to hurt my soul. Like way deep down in here, there's a tiny little heart, and that is going to be in pain. All right? Like, World War II Lego Japanese minifigs for your birthday? Hell yeah, German. Hell yeah, that sounds awesome. I don't have a clue what those are, but Legos are fun. I like building Legos. I'm 40 years old and I like playing with Legos. I mean, I like building like Death Stars and Star Destroyers and things like that. But, you know, whatever. Guys, it's 8:30. Look outside that window right there. Look at it. Would you just look at it? It's daylight out there. Come down there, German. Don't want anything that's going to jeopardize my channel, okay? Alright? Calm down. Also, America! Fuck yeah! With Lego? Alright, perfect. Alright, guys. So, it's 8:30. I've been live for, this says 2 hours and 43 minutes. I feel like that's a little wrong. I feel like I went live before 6 o'clock. But, you know, whatever. I will chat with you all later. I'll be live again on Tuesday evening at 6 p.m. Eastern-ish. Okay? We'll do some more work on this. Maybe we'll work on the box. Who knows? But thanks for hanging out with me today. Thanks for all the random chat. I greatly appreciate it. The subscribers, the thumbs up. You guys are awesome. Going and checking out the other channels that we link in the chat. You guys are phenomenal. All right. So, I'll chat with you guys on Tuesday. And until then, have a great week. I'll see y'all later.